close the meeting together. So welcome to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting of December 20th, 2001. I am calling this meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision E, and the recommendation of the Ventura County Health Officer issued September 21st, 2021, followed by social distancing recommendations and the determination most recently by the City Council on December 6, 2021. The public was informed in advance of the meeting how to submit all public comments to our city clerk, and all submissions to be read in and part of the official meeting record. So, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call at this point?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Gama?
You're
here. I tried, it didn't get it to it in time.
That wonderful button. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, here.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Present.
And Mayor Rollins?
Yes, here. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any closed session general public comments at this time?
Sir, I've received no closed session general public comments. We do have one member of the public attending, so I'm not sure if they have live public comments to relay regarding any closed session items.
So should we have them make their comments then at the regular meeting, or how do we know?
We could ask them to unmute themselves. In fact, they just did. So if they have any comments to provide, now would be the time.
Yes, I could. Hi, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if I should log on now or later, but it was, I do have a public comment. I wanted to address the members regarding the ARPA funding. So I don't know if it's appropriate now or later. I can do it later.
Most likely it's going to be for later. This is a different matter what we're discussing right now.
Okay, I can log off or, sure.
The regular session will start at 6:30, and you can provide those comments of your general public comments at that time.
Oh, got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, could you please read the closed session item into the record?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Rollins. We have one item on agenda tonight for closed session. It is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property in question is the vacant property on the west side of Market Street between Scott Street and Port Wineme Road, otherwise known as the Market Street property. The agency negotiators are Brad Connors, the city manager, myself, and Steve Kinney. The parties under negotiation are the city of Port Wineme and the Oxnard Harbor District, and the price and terms of payment are the subject matter of the closed session tonight.
Thank you. Do any council members have conflict or to disclose for the listed closed session agenda item?
Yes, Mayor Rollins, I will have to recuse myself because I live literally across from the property under negotiations.
Duly noted. So I guess you need to go away from the meeting, I guess, for a while. Okay, see you soon.
We'll remove them right now.
Okay, so now we are going to recess to the closed session. The time is now 5:35 p.m. And we will now recess to the closed session. Just, I guess, a little note tonight is that we want to be polite to the public so that if no decisions are made by, say, 6:25, we'll probably move on to the regular meeting and have another closed session later on. So with that in mind, Mr. Spalding.
Yeah, do we have, as soon as we have confirmation that we are private,
Good evening, Carmen. Good evening, Johnny.
Mayor, IT is ready to begin when you are, sir.
All righty. Welcome to the regular city council meeting of December 6th, 2021. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:30. Please stand and join me in the flag salute. Can you have the image of the flag? So repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, this meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision E, and the recommendation of the Ventura County Health Officer issued September 21st, 2021, following social distancing recommendations and determination most recently by the City Council on December 6, 2021. The public has been informed in advance of the meeting how to submit all public comments to our city clerk, and all submissions will read into and part of the official meeting record. Live public participation is accessed through meeting Zoom link published on the agenda, and we highly encourage and welcome the community's participation. Those attending will have multiple opportunities throughout the meeting to provide public comments. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, will you please take roll?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Present.
and Mayor Rollins.
Here.
All present.
Very good. Tonight's inspiration is by Councilman Hernandez. Will you please provide us with the inspiration for tonight?
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Tonight's inspiration comes from Madi Waya, who is a Chumash Indian. I spent a lot of time in the recent weeks honoring Indigenous Peoples Month, which was actually in November. But I just started watching a lot of different documentaries on the American Indian, and finally arrived at looking at the Chumash website out of curiosity, and found some interesting laws that they followed or were beholden to, and I wanted to share a little bit about what I found. The Chumash are known historically for advanced money, bead system, complicated and stunning basketry, cave paintings, and for being a maritime culture. Every member of the various Chumash communities were aware of their roles. There were hunters, gatherers, medicine people, tomo, which is canoe makers, basket weavers, money makers, and people who observed the seasons and the stars. They observed their effect upon the land and the wilderness. The lessons of nature taught them the balance between mind and nature, and they witnessed the consequences of disrespecting their environment. The Chumash Indians learned the three basic laws firsthand: limitation, moderation, and compensation. Limitation meant realizing their limitations. They were going to live and will die. They believe that we can only do so much. Once we identify and accept our limitations, they believe that we can better accept who we are as individuals. Moderation meant to them harvest from the lands and the oceans just what we need, leave some for another day and for others. This applies to our work as well. Leave some for tomorrow. Don't try to do everything at once. And then finally, compensation. If you want to do something for your children, for the land, or for another person, do it because it's inside your heart. Don't expect anything in return. Compensation can come in many forms. It can be a child, or happiness, or health, or wealth. It comes when you need it the most and when you least expect it. That is true compensation. The Chumash apply these three laws mentally and physically, and I think it's a good example of laws that we can live by as well. That concludes my message of inspiration.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, do we have a closed session report? Mr. City Attorney, please
Thank you.
provide closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Great. So now we have the period of time for general public comment. We will now hear from the general public comments not pertaining to any items on the agenda, including those written comments received by our city clerk. Any comments for those who are participating live with us this evening, we would like to ask you to use your Zoom, raise your hand feature so that we can call on you during the appropriate comment times. This will be the same process for comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Staff will unmute your mics and you will have 3 minutes to provide your comments. So do we have any public comments tonight? Madam Clerk.
I have one written public comment, and then we have several hands raised. So depending on where you'd like to start.
So read the written comment first, and then we will move to each of the on-site comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I received this email at 6:31 tonight from Peter Hungett, and it reads, "My name is Peter Hungett, and I live at Madera Circle, Port Wineme. I'd like to address the council in support of the brave frontline workers at the 99-cent store in Port Wineme. I'm glad the council took up the cause to reward frontline workers, in particular those who served us during the early stages of the pandemic. I remember seeing the 99-cent store packed with people 20 deep in each of the 5 or 6 cashier stations. This wasn't just a few hours a day, it was all hours of the day. It looked brutal. I also noticed that the workers at the 99-cent store didn't have any plexiglass protection like other grocery stores did in our area. I'm talking about for months into the pandemic and shutdown when every other store did, yet the cashiers marched on taking care of customers who really needed those discounted prices. 99-cent store is unique as they mostly, but not exclusively, serve people who live paycheck to paycheck and those on fixed incomes those who can't afford the prices of Ralph's or Vons, but need a good meal at a lower cost. 99-cent store isn't only for that group, they serve everyone. After reading an article stating that the council was awarding many frontline workers with a $1,000 check, I looked at this list and the 99-cent store was not included. I'm not sure why it wasn't. As I said, they work for 4 months without any protection except for their own masks and if they could afford it, gloves, but no plexiglass protection. Finally, a group of us called corporate 99-cent store and told them that we were unhappy about the situation. We did this calling over several weeks and finally plexiglass was up in every store in Ventura County and possibly beyond. So I'm wondering why the council has excluded the hardworking, dedicated, part-time, minimum wage frontline workers at 99-cent store in Port Wineme. They were in danger. To top that off, they didn't have the plexiglass protection that every other grocery store cashier had. That alone is worth pondering. In light of this, and in the spirit of giving and the apparent exclusion of said frontline workers, I ask the council to unanimously support including $1,000 checks to all those part-time and full-time workers at the 99-cent store in Port Wineme during that time. I ask the council and mayor to forego politics and open your hearts in this giving season. After all, that's what this season is about, isn't it? Taking care of our fellow workers and those who cannot afford to get sick, those minimum wage workers who served us with bravery and dedication. In the spirit of the season, please act before time runs out on December 31st, 2021. With blessings to all, regards, Peter Hungett. And that concludes the one written public comment that I do have.
Thank you. At this time now, we're going to go to the online comments. At first, I would like to have Cynthia Ross. So take off your mic, Cynthia, so we can hear you speak.
There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's me bugging you again. I have something written up. Okay, so I'll start reading. Hello, City Council, and congratulations to our new Mayor Rollins. I look forward to working with you on fixing up our parks and making our streets safe. I also want to thank Mayor Gamma for all of your hard work. And thank you for everything you have done, sorry. Okay, I'm going to make this short. So since our last City Council meeting 2 weeks ago, there have been 3 crashes that I know of. That's just what I know of, which means there possibly could be more at the intersection of Channel Islands and Volker. One of my neighbors reported to me that there was a car overturned there, a car that hit a tree there, and a car which ended up in the center ditch. This is not okay in any way. That's just 2 weeks. And those are just that's just what I know of. Please, let's fix the conditions on Channel Islands to make our citizens safe. Also, Volker still needs speed bumps. The speed of cars driving down my street is truly scary. And with all that, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I look forward to working with everybody throughout this new year.
Well, thank you, Cynthia, for sharing your concerns.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'd like to have, all I have it down is 1+8 5G UW. I guess United Workers of something. So maybe you can tell me who you are. And
No, yeah, my name is Jerry Madueño. I met you just the other day, Mayor Rawlings, and also former Mayor Steve Gallo. And it was an honor meeting you guys. You guys mentioned a meeting tonight and to leave my public comment. And I just wanted to, let you guys know that the start of the Miranda Park kind of like a reopening or basically presenting that park like it should be presented. I just want to give a round of applause for everybody that's involved with that. I was there yesterday with a group of kids on the baseball fields, and it was a great atmosphere. And I would really like for things like that can continue at that park and in this location. We're located in a beautiful area, and just to make the fields a little bit better, just to make it obviously more welcoming for more of our residents, and any visitors that come visit the beach. That park is amazing, and if there's any way involvement I could be a part of that, I would love to be a part of that. So thank you guys for all you guys are doing. Once again, my name is Jerry Madueño, and I am a local resident, and thank you guys for all you guys do, and happy holidays. Thank you.
well, thank you for sharing your comments. It was great to see the kids and families out there the other day. Do we have any other online comments? I only saw those 2, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. We have Juan Aragon. If you'd like to unmute, we can hear his comments.
Okay, I don't see them on my screen, but does anyone else see them on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Juan Aragon has his hand up, and so does Lupe Montano.
Okay, well, I'm limited, but please speak on. Who was the first person then?
Juan Aragon, I've asked him to see if he could unmute. Oh, there, he just unmuted.
Okay, so please address us. Juan, there you go. I see you now.
Good evening, Mayor. Congratulations on your new appointment as the mayor, and on your new journey as a mayor for the next year. And good evening, City Council members. My name is Juan Aragon. I'm here to talk about some issues that I'm having with the city and the home maintenance incentive rebate program. I applied for this great program last year, and when I applied with the program, I was told verbatim, quote from the city, you have 120 days from the date of inspection to complete your work. So I applied for this program back in November of 2020, and due to COVID and the pandemic delays, I was not able to finish my work. I asked for an extension. The extension, there was no extensions. They told me that I didn't reapply. I reapplied back in April, April of last year, and I made, I reapplied for the program, and I had to redo my, on the program, I had to do my stucco. I applied to upgrade my stucco, to redo my stucco, to do my roof, to redo my fascia, to do my windows, also to replace my front door, my patio post, which took alone 45 days to do because there was a lot of shortages in supplies, and to upgrade my side doors. So I did a lot of work during the pandemic, which was very challenging, due to the pandemic and due to limited supplies. And I emailed back the city back in June of 2021. I emailed the program manager saying, hey, you know what? I finished all my upgrades. I completed all my work. Please come and do my final inspection. So there was kind of maybe lost in communication or not. I don't know when I re-engaged the city. And I was told that, I hadn't done my roof inspection, which I had, that it wasn't in your guys' system, but I can't control that. So they told me that I needed to submit kind of all my other additional paperwork. Now, not the paperwork, I completed all my work on time. So I needed to submit all of my other paperwork, which was proof of my receipts that I had done the work. So unfortunately, I guess, maybe for the city, but, not for me, because I'm very proud of it. I was still in the Navy during that time in August. I was part of the Navy's Advancement Selection Board process, which is kind of a very secretive, kind of event, because the Navy likes to keep the integrity of those boards. And I couldn't even tell my wife where I was going to go. That's how, kind of secretive it was. So I ended up being, from being kind of not busy, having kind of time on my hands, to extremely busy, being gone. Then once I returned back, I decided to retire from the Navy. So right now I'm in, weeks away from, being completely out of the military from active duty. And, I had to get my life in order. I had to, submit all my retirement paperwork. And, I didn't get to submit the receipts back until November 4th of this year, which I think the receipts, according to the city employee, that they were late 82 something days. So I asked for, can I fight this? Can you please forward me to your manager? I never heard anything back. I wanted to escalate my issues. I escalated my issues to the city manager, which, I told him my issues, but I thought his email reply was very unprofessional. Instead of him wanting to hear me out, he did not want to meet with me. If anything, he put me on blast, and he CC'd the city employee that I had issues with, and I thought that was very unprofessional. If you have an issue with somebody, you don't go back and CC that person you have issues with, So, and also after right now having a little bit more time reviewing the application, reviewing my application, what I submitted to the city, the application, there's absolutely nowhere on the application that there's constraints in regards to timelines, deadlines, or anything like that. There's no fine print that says that I must complete my upgrades within those 120 days, which that 120 days seems something that is arbitrary and made up by the city employee. So, right now I completed all my upgrades. I spent close to $20,000 in upgrades, and based on my preliminary application, I was gonna get approved anywhere between 20 to 30%. And I feel that the city owes me anywhere between $3,000 to $4,500. I've been acting in good faith ever since, I applied for the city program. I've communicated as much as I could with the city, letting them know my issues. And I feel like the city has not been there for its citizens. The city is not in the warfighting business. It's not in the military, and should be considerate and compassionate for its citizens. And that's what I'm here to, tell you, sir. And on a side note, Jerry and Cynthia, we share the same views. I really think Miranda Park needs some upgrades, and maybe we can work on the side, to help get our parks, a little bit better too. I agree with both your guys' comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Aragon, for sharing your concerns. I want to extend my pleasure that you've been involved in the Navy, fighting for us over the years. And I also want to applaud that you want that you're concerned about your property, that you want to spend the time to fix it up. We can't make a decision make a decision in this process, but I'm sure staff has heard you and will get back to you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Okay. So at this time, may I have a motion and a second to approve
You have one more public comment from Lupe Montano.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're not showing up on my screen. I'm sorry. Mr. Montalvo.
Lupe
Please.
Montano.
Montano.
There she is.
It's going up now.
Section local 721 there.
Yes, thank you. So good evening, Mayor and Rollins and council members. My name is Lupe Montano. Those of you that don't know me, I'm a worksite organizer for SEIU 721. And I'm here representing our members, your employees, or members of U721. I feel compelled to tell you that our members, are very disillusioned and very, demoralized by all of you in the way you decided to allocate the ARPA monies. I guess, you had a special meeting on December 1st, and once again, it was very indicative of how you value the lives of our members who have been in the front lines throughout this whole pandemic. We didn't think we had to come beg or educate you on the work that our members do for the city, your employees. They do it on a daily basis with pride and have been doing it since day one. We're not saying that, our brothers and sisters in PD don't deserve it. That's not what we're saying. They definitely deserve special pay. Doesn't matter if they're sworn or non-sworn. That's actually something else I'm sure they'll advocate for as well. But I'm here to talk about our members because they're getting even less than the non-sworn. And it's, the message that you're sending to the community and to our members is really, hurtful. Why make the distinction? Why create division? I'm aware that some of you have, either relatives or have a background in law enforcement, and I really, truly hope, that you didn't make a biased approach, a biased decision, and took that approach in how you handed out the money. It doesn't mean that it's just being seen as if PD or the employees of PD, our brothers and sisters, that they're more deserving. We hear it all the time. We see it all the time in terms of budgets, but that's exactly what the general public is going to think. And that's what our members are feeling. And I just felt compelled to come tell you, I wish that you or the city manager would have come to us or reached out to us for feedback like the city of Oxnard did, surprisingly enough. They came to all the unions. They said, hey, we have this money. We're going to disperse it. What do you guys think? We're thinking this. And everybody, all the unions, they said, you know what? There's criteria. You have to have worked a certain amount of months to qualify, but they didn't make a distinction. They said, you know what, everybody, we're all in this together. And that I think was the fairest way. I can tell you about some of our members who are, in the trenches, such as the ones who provide daily cleaning and maintenance of our facilities and parks. The ones that pick up the trash, or trash collectors, operators. Our housing specialists, they go doing in-home inspection. So they're, in the front lines day to day, being exposed. And then there's, not just during emergency calls, but it's a daily issue. And then you have a member who, for example, was short 2 months of, the 12-month cycle because he got hired, and he only served or has been with the city for, I guess, 10 months. He didn't get anything. Yet the employees at City Hall that were able to work from home got the full $1,200 that you gave our members. So how is that? It just doesn't add up, doesn't make sense. Even if it was a prorated amount, I mean, just putting a little more thought into how it was dispersed, I think would have, or can still make a difference. So I just, I'm here to ask you to do the right thing and provide every city employee with the same special pay, even if it's prorated for the time worked, but show them their work and their lives mean something to you. please provide them with the recognition that they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Montano. I appreciate your comments. Do we have any other people that's speaking that I don't see on the screen?
Jacob Marcus is raising his hand.
Okay, Mr. Marcus, please make your presentation. There you are. Jacob.
Can I have the PowerPoint be presented, or is that not possible?
Staff, have you been able to work that with Mr. Marquez to be able to do a presentation?
The file that we received was corrupted and we will not be able to display his files. My apologies.
I'm sorry, just moments ago, I did receive his corrected file, so I'm attempting to bring it up. Jacob, I'm having a couple issues trying to bring it up, so just give me one more moment, please.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other public comments that are out there that I don't see?
Are you going to give our city manager an opportunity to speak to the grocers issue and the 99-cent store? Do you want to invite him to do that?
I'm not sure if this is an appropriate time for him to give a response.
Mayor Rollins, any discussion about public comment items would be a violation of the Brown Act. It was not agendized.
What I might recommend is when we get to city council comments, we can ask to have that agendized or brought up at a later meeting.
Still attempting to bring up Mr. Marquez's screen share, but Charles, I believe, just got it up. Thank you very much, Charles.
Okay. Jacob, please give your report.
Greetings. My public comment is to discuss some reminders and recommendations concerning the reed removal process, which is planned to take place along Bubbling Springs Creek channel. Next slide. So reeds comprise two species, which are cattails and bulrushes. Both are problematic and are planned to be removed. They spread by underground rhizomes or stems. Similar to grass or turf, when they are cut down, they resprout from the base. So they must be removed completely from the roots in order to be eradicated. Next slide. Currently, the reeds have caused the water to stop flowing properly, which has caused extreme stagnation and waterlogging. The stagnant water is used as a breeding ground for mosquitoes, and as many of us know, mosquitoes carry and spread diseases such as West Nile virus, Zika virus, chikungunya virus, dengue, and malaria, according to the CDC, or the Center for Disease Control. Next slide. Thus, an extreme effort is needed to remove and reduce the present reeds within Bubbling Springs Creek, especially along the Richard Bard Bubbling Springs Creek Park. And over time, reeds grow so dense that they simply die off and fall onto one another, such as can be seen here in this picture. And they create a plausible fire hazard. Next slide. Thus, if they cannot be completely removed, regular or periodic removal of reeds is required to control or eradicate the populations of reeds within Bubbling Springs Creek, such as can be seen in these images. They must be removed from the base and the roots, not just from the stem, or else they will regrow. And likely this would be done, if it cannot be completely eradicated, 2 to 3 times a year. And it's important to realize that other problems on Bubbling Springs Creek, such as trash, can be solved by volunteers picking up trash regularly, but other large problems such as the removal of reeds is something that the city must do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marquez, for your ongoing concern for our environment. And again, council, you have the opportunity during council comments if you want a report on this issue. Do we have any other public comments tonight? Okay, then I'm going to move on. We are pleased to have with us District 5 Supervisor Carmen Ramirez, and she is going to be giving us an update on the redistricting of our county. So Carmen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins, and congratulations again to you for becoming mayor of your fine city. And congratulations to all of the council members for your service. I was a city council person in Oxnard for 10 long, tough years. So I kind of know what it's like to be a city council person and stepping up to do your public service. I appreciate it. I want to respect Supervisor Long. She continues to be your supervisor for District 3 until the ordinance goes into effect, changing the districts on January 13th. But I just wanted to provide you with the opportunity to know how to reach me in case there's any county issues you'd like to discuss, things that we should look out for. I know that your city is, I serve with Councilmember Gama on Beacon, which is looking at erosion of the beach and other things related to the coastline, which is very important for all of us, for our economy, for aesthetics, for recreation. He's been on it with me for quite a while now, right, Stephen? And very active in informing the rest of the members about what's going on with the Wineme coastline. I know you're all concerned about Ormond Beach and Halico and how it impacts the city of Port Wineme, the situation with unsheltered folks and the issues that are caused when people don't have proper housing and the dangers they're in, because certainly the weather is very cold. So while I am still in the different district 5, different configuration, it will go into effect January 13th. And to my mind, it makes a little bit more sense for Port Wineme to be contiguous with Oxnard and be in the same district, have the same coastline. I think it's a better map. Not everybody got what they wanted. Not everybody was super happy, but the Board of Supervisors did agree to a map after lots of community input, lots of moving populations around. Redistricting requires that, to the extent possible, every district has a pretty much equal population. So the city of Oxnard, for example, cannot be in one district because it's too big. It's 200 and perhaps 50,000 people. And it's got to be divided and has been for many, many years in 3 districts. That is District 1, which is now Supervisor Levere's district, District 3, which is Kelly Long's district, and District 5, which I represent. So it's changed a bit, but I think the new map makes a lot of sense. And I think generally people are okay with it. It also meets the requirements of the California Fair Maps Act, California Voting Rights Act, which says when you have to try to achieve 2 minority districts, and we have done that with the voting age population. So it comes with the census. There were problems with the census because of COVID, because people were afraid to respond, because people had to respond online. I am confident we had an undercount. So the people are there in all of our districts and all of our county and need to be attended to with county services, with city services, including the children who don't vote and the disabled people who don't vote, and everybody should be included. So as a supervisor, and while I was on city council, I see the importance of regional solutions to water and air and traffic and even housing, because the issues that we have in one district or in one city don't stay there. Traffic doesn't stay there. The air doesn't stay there. It really is important to have regional collaboration. And I see you have on your agenda the Stormwater Permit, which is a really important, potentially costly process that we're all going to have to figure out how to pay for the new permit that came down from the LA County Regional Water Quality Board. The County of Ventura, I would say, along with cities, made a big effort to be out of the LA County permit, but it didn't happen. They decided to stick us in with the giant metropolis to the south. So we have to kind of continue to try to assert the needs of the people of this county, and I think we've been doing a good job in terms of watershed protection, preserving the environment, et cetera. But we'll see what happens there. So I'm here to answer questions. I will provide everybody with my personal cell phone. Some of you have it, and where everybody can reach me through email. I have a staff of 4, and they are very attentive to constituent concerns. If you have a problem with the department, getting communication, working very hard to make sure people get attended to. So I'm here to answer some of your questions. And again, it's not official, and it's not in effect until January 13th. January 13th will be the last time that Linda Parks, who is our chair, is a chair. I will become the chair of the board. It's a rotating thing. It isn't based on anything other than it's District 5's time to hold the chairmanship, and I will be doing that, and I'll be very, very proud to do that, and we'll look forward to serving you.
Well, thank you very much for coming out here. We look forward to working with you in the future, and we look forward to having you coming back to dealing with some of the issues that most concern Port Wineme and the county's perspective on it. So at this point in time, I'm going to call on people to provide, councilmen to provide questions. Councilman Perez.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Ramirez, for coming on and talking to us. And I've already learned how responsive you are and having to get your assistance on a few items unrelated to Port Wineme. You were very helpful in solving some issues. But I did want to ask you, you just mentioned we were trying to get out of the LA County. What was the reason why we couldn't make that happen? What do you think the reason why we got lumped back in with them was?
Well, we did have a little bit of support on the Regional Water Quality Board. The chairman, Larry Yee, who's from Ojai, really understood the different needs and what this county has been doing in terms of trying to protect the watershed. For example, LA County has channelized rivers. Some of you have seen the LA County River, and other rivers are just concrete channels. We don't have that here. We have more natural systems, which I think protect the environment, the natural habitat, and you can actually, in some ways, control flooding better. And then there's benefits from it. There's recreation and environmental habitat, but it's just easier to make it one size fits all, I think. So while we did have some support, we did not get the majority. And I testified on behalf of the county, as did Assemblymember Bennett, and a number of other people from like Mayor Craven from Camarillo, Public Works directors from Moore Park, and I'm not sure where else, but we all tried. We did our best, but we didn't have the votes. And we don't have the votes, you know what happens. So it's going to be costly because we're going to have to pay for new systems of keeping. It's really about keeping the ocean clean from pollutants. And, you know, we've just had a rain, and after rain, when there hasn't been rain for a long time, all of the debris and oil and gas and trash and other things heads right to the ocean, and we have to have measures and methods to stop that. And we're working hard. Everybody's working hard to do that. But, you know, we had a big clean out at the Ormond Beach Lagoon. People were living in it. And I don't know what the status is, but until you house people, they're going to try to go back. So that's one of the issues too. So I could go on and on about that, but I'll stop there.
Do you think there is a possible grant that the state, I know that they just did a big infrastructure bill, and one of them was a water infrastructure. Do you think there's any grants that could come out of the state or federal in order to help assist with that?
There is a possibility of grants, and as I was representing El Rio and Island. These are, for example, those little areas which are unincorporated county have mutual water systems serving those residents, and they are in need of upgrades. And a number of them are looking at applying for that kind of infrastructure, which is, those grants were available to disadvantaged communities, which El Rio and Island are. And we have some other ones in the county, Satacoy, the Avenue, places up and down Santa Clara River. So I don't know if there's anything available for stormwater permit enforcement, but we're going to certainly look at it. Water is a huge issue for our county, for our state, because, you know, I serve on the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management, and we're looking at what is sustainable yield from pumping. We get, some of our cities get state water, and state water is shrinking because of the snowpack. Colorado River, I'm really trying to pay attention to water issues. Without water, we won't have an economy. Without water, we won't be able to have the kind of lives we want to have. So we've got to really be careful with that resource. So I'll be looking at it. Thank you for the question, Councilmember.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Welcome, Supervisor Ramirez. We will be applauding your appointment come January 13th. We look forward to having you as our supervisor. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to be here tonight. I know you're probably pretty busy with the holidays and making the transition, but I can already see that you've got a good grasp with some of the issues that we're dealing with here in the city of Port Hueneme. You were just next door for us for 10 years, so I'm sure you're well versed in our issues of homelessness and the beach erosion issue and housing. You know, we're built out. We don't have any place to put additional housing. So just wanted to thank you for taking the time out tonight, and we look forward to working with you.
I look forward to continuing to work with you. I know you've been very involved with veterans issues, and I applaud you for that, Councilwoman.
Councilman Gama.
Thank you, Carmen, for being with us tonight. I really enjoy working with you, and I think you still have my water bottle, and hopefully the next time
I do have it in my car. I've been carrying it around for you.
Okay, I'm going to meet up with you. So I want to thank Kelly Long. She's been helpful, supportive. The second time I met Kelly Long, she brought her daughters out to beach cleanup, and you know, we've been working on that really hard. And your ears were probably burning yesterday or Saturday. You know, we just had this rain. You mentioned it. And I want to thank the county for working with us and hearing us and cleaning out the flood control ditches before the rain came. And that's so important. And so we documented this Saturday in our beach cleanup, and the difference is amazing out there. And it just goes to show when the county and the cities communicate, we get on the right schedule, we get out there and you did what you did. It's amazing. And Brad Connors knows his first week out here was after a rain event. And Supervisor Ramirez, we had 8 dumpsters out there, and we were raking and filling up these dumpsters with trash. That's how much trash there was in the waterways. And this year, just this past Saturday, I'm out there and I did a video, and it's amazing how much better it is. It's not perfect, but it's 2/3 better than what we've seen over the last several years. And again, those are the type of things. I know you're a champion from the environment, and I'm really excited that you'll be coming on board and getting involved, and that we can keep trying to keep Wineme Beach where it meets Ormond Beach, the jewel for all these wonderful animals that come in. And I'm really excited for that. And again, I just want to thank the county for the work they did. It made a huge difference. Less trash made it to the ocean this round, and we want to make it better and better as we move forward. So thank you so much. Say thanks to Kelly Long as well. And I hope this new districting thing works well for both of us, and I think it will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your words, and thank you for your work. And we do have a lot of work to do. And actually, I would say it starts right in front of our homes. I saw some plastic bottles and trash in the gutter, and I'm going to go get it later so that it doesn't make its way to the ocean. So we can all do a little bit, even if we're not right next to the beach. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Okay. I will make just one quick comment. Over the last couple of years, I've worked with Supervisor Ramirez on a number of committees, air pollution, transportation, and even the Ormond Beach restoration. And one thing I will say for her, she puts a lot of care and a lot of thought and a lot of heart in all the decisions she makes. And so I'm welcome aboard.
Thank you, Mayor. I see that Councilman Martinez has his hand.
Yes.
We'll hear from everybody.
Hello, Carmen. I just
Hello.
want to say hi and to thank you for being here today. And I look forward to working with you. I just wanted to keep it short and just say hello.
Thank you.
It's nice to
Thank
see you again.
It's been strange not being able to meet in person, but for a little while longer, let's everybody stay safe. We don't know what's exactly coming, but we have the tools to stay safe. And while I have an opportunity, I would just like to say hello to a couple people. You know, when Oxnard City Council or even the county does their Zoom meetings, you don't really see who's attending, but I do see my friend Gabby Basua, who is, I know, works for the city, and she and I sat next to each other for a couple of years at Oxnard City Council. So hello, Councilwoman Basua, who's here in a different role. And I want to congratulate Miguel Rodriguez, who's going to be honored today. And I want to say hello to everybody. And I see my friend Ronnie Miranda there, and thank Christy Buckskemper for her help getting me here. So you know where to reach me, and I'll be sending more formal information once it's official. So have a great holiday, everybody. You know I'm here for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
So at this point, we are going to recess the City Council meeting to the Joint Housing Authority and Surplus Property Authority. So I'd like to call to order the special joint session of the Port Hueneme City Council, the Port Hueneme Housing Authority, and the Surplus Property Authority. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Yes, sir. I'll take the roll call for the Port Hueneme Housing Authority first. Member Brown?
Here.
Member Gama?
Here.
Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member Perez?
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez?
Present.
And Chair Rollins.
Here.
Okay, and I'll do the roll call for the Surplus Property Authority. Member Gama?
I'm still here, having trouble with my mute button.
Thank you, sir. Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member Perez?
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez?
Present.
And Chair Rollins.
Here.
All members of both entities are called to order. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Does anyone have any public comment right now for the Housing Authority or the Surplus Property Authority, Madam Clerk?
I received no written public comments for Housing Authority or Surplus Property Authority, but if any members of our public wish to provide comments for those jurisdictions, they can certainly speak to the boards now.
Okay, so now we move on to the consent calendar. The chair shall read the titles of the items of the consent calendar prior to the motion. And the titles are to approve the minutes of the Special Housing Authority and the Surplus Authority meetings of September 20th, 2021 and October 4th, 2021. The recommendation is to approve this special meeting for the Housing Authority and the Surplus Property Authority. May I have a motion and a second to approve our consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I just want to point out that there's another item that was left off the reading. Item 3.
Sir, that's actually just for the Housing Authority. So right now we just have item number 2 is for the Housing Authority and the Surplus Property Authority, and then we'll adjourn the Surplus Property Authority and then approach item number 3.
Okay,
It's a very confusing agenda tonight. My apologies.
So now we will,
I'll give a second. Do we have a second?
We do. So I'll go ahead and do the roll call vote. Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
and Chair Rollins.
yes.
The motion passes unanimously for item number 2.
So now we are going to adjourn, have the adjournment of the Port Hueneme Surplus Property Authority. We will adjourn to our next regular meeting to be determined as needed. So now we are going to open up the Housing Authority meeting. And we have a consent calendar agenda for the Housing Authority meeting. And that is to receive and file the finance cash disbursements from October 26, 2021 through December 13th, 2021. The recommendation is to receive and file these disbursements. May I have a motion and a second to approve our consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can we please take a roll call vote?
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
and Chair Rollins.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
very good. Now we're going to move on to the business items for the Port Hueneme Housing Authority. And we're going to have staff make a presentation, Ms. Basua. And the item will be the windows and the sliding door replacement at the Mar Vista Apartments.
Good evening, Chair Rollins, members of the board and staff. I am pleased to present this item to you this evening for consideration. It is recommended that a housing board authorize the Housing and Facility Maintenance Director or designee to enter into a contract with G2K Construction in the amount of $375,019 for the replacement of the exterior windows and sliding door patios at the Mar Vista Apartments. And further authorize the Housing and Facility Maintenance Director or designee to execute any change orders that may arise during the project up to a contingent amount of 10%, which is equal to $37,502. As you are aware, this has been a project that has been on the Housing Authority's list of things to do for approximately maybe about a year to 2 years now. On September 24th of this year, the Housing Authority issued an RFP, which is a request for proposals. A non-mandatory site walkthrough was conducted on October 6th, where 2 interested contractors attended the site walkthrough. Due to the shortage in window material, the Housing Authority made the decision to extend the deadline of the RFP to October 25th, 2021 to allow contractors the opportunity to submit their formal sealed bids. The Housing Authority received 2 bids, one from Quality Windows and the other one from G2K Construction. Housing Authority determined that Quality's Windows was deemed non-responsive as it did not meet the minimum requirements set forth in the RFP. The bid number 2 that was received by G2K Construction was deemed responsive. Lauterbach and Associates, who is the architect on file for the Housing Authority, conducted an interview with G2K Construction where their qualification and experience in these types of projects were confirmed. Staff is now requesting that you authorize staff to execute a contract to G2K Construction in the amount not to exceed $412,521 for the replacement of the windows and sliding patio doors. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
We have, I think, Johnny, you have a question?
No, I'm okay. No comment right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. I thought I saw your hand raised. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board? Okay.
Hand was up.
Your hand's not very visible.
Okay,
Mr. Gum.
I see it now. Councilman Gama.
I'll change the tone, I guess. Yes, do we anticipate any additional problems with this window project at Mar Vista? Because it's been a long time coming and I'm overcome with joy right now. And are we good to go? And do we anticipate any additional slowdown problems or obstacles?
Obviously, Member Gama, with constructions, there will always be obstacles that are beyond our control. But the only obstacle that I foresee at this point might be the material, which is the windows and patio doors. Right now, we are looking at 4 to 8 weeks for delivery, which takes us to probably the end of February at the most.
That sounds reasonable, really good. So I'm just hoping that we get this done without any further delays, because I know the residents have long been waiting for it. And thank you so much for bringing this to us tonight. I'll make a motion to approve the contract as there aren't any more questions.
I'll second.
May we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Bergama,
Yes.
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
and Chair Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. We're looking forward. I like that. At this time, do any housing authority or surplus property authority members have any reports, comments, or requests for future agenda items? Okay. So then with that being said, the Port Hueneme Housing Authority will adjourn at.
May I interrupt I wanted to make one comment. Sorry, I put my hand up, but you didn't see it.
Yeah, yours just barely faded away. I'm sorry. Councilman Gama.
Just wanted to thank staff and thank the residents of Mar Vista and Willowbrook for inviting us into their evening last week for their holiday luncheon or dinner. I just love when our council and staff members get to interact and provide service to the residents of both our public housing. And I want to thank Gabby and her staff for putting on a wonderful evening. And I think I'm speaking for all of us. We had a really good time. So thank you.
Ditto.
Yes, thank you. That was well received. The Port Hueneme Housing Authority will now adjourn at 7:29, according to my clock. I'm sorry, 7:28. To the next regularly scheduled meeting on February the 7th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. We are now going to resume our city council meeting. And first on the presentations are the Wineme Heroes Proclamation for Miguel Rodriguez.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm so sorry. I just have a question, Mayor Rollins, and maybe for our clerk. Did we actually approve the city council agenda for tonight?
I think we did.
Did not. It was inadvertently skipped.
Okay, so maybe at this time we can do that. Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the city council agenda for December 20th, 2021.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Member Perez seconded it.
So, can we have a vote at this time?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes, thank you for picking that up, Councilman Hernandez. And Hopefully we don't need to go back over that again now that we've approved it, but I'm assuming not. So at this point in time, we're going to number 5 on the agenda, Wineme Heroes Proclamation from Miguel Rodriguez. This is a new program that we have started within the last year to recognize people within the community that have benefited the city of Port Wineme and the greater community. And one of the first recipients of that is Miguel Rodriguez. And we have a proclamation that I will read at this time and then allow councilmen to make further comments. So I got to get my reading glasses out on this one. This is a well-deserved reward for the 2020 Wineme Heroes Award goes to Miguel Rodriguez. Whereas the city of Port Wineme established the Wineme Heroes Award to honor persons and groups who embody community values and have made extraordinary community contributions. And whereas Miguel Rodriguez, the community outreach manager for the Oxnard Harbor District, serving the Port Wineme and the Oxnard community. And whereas Miguel Rodriguez has successfully established and executed the district's community outreach program, providing valuable services to a wide variety of community members. And whereas Mr. Rodriguez's leadership led to the successful execution of multiple events benefiting the community, including feeding the front line and workers, and committed to the community food distribution events. And where these events provided vital assistance to the more than 38,000 families throughout Ventura County and involved the coordination of donations from multiple organizations. And whereas Mr. Rodriguez was unanimously recommended for the Wineme Heroes Award by the City of Port Wineme's Citizen Advisory Commission and unanimously awarded the honor by the City Council. And whereas Mr. Rodriguez will formally be recognized at the 2022 Wineme Beach Festival and will have a framed portrait in the City Hall lobby and will have his name inscribed on the Wineme Heroes plaque celebrating his accomplishments. Whereas the City of Port Wineme is proud of Mr. Rodriguez and thankful for his extraordinary community contributions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Wineme hereby recognizes and honors Miguel Rodriguez at the 2020 Wineme Heroes Award recipient and commends his contributions and volunteerism. Boy, that's a mouthful, but well deserved. Do we have any comments at this point in time? Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I just want to say congratulations to Mr. Chingon. That's one accomplishment we didn't add to your proclamation, but you are still going so strong, and you were out last weekend delivering foods to needy families. And I just want to say thank you and how much we appreciate what you're doing for our community and the people in need. It's just been an amazing effort with your leadership and your team. You guys have done an incredible job. So congratulations, Mr. Chingon.
Councilman Gama.
Yes, very well-deserved. So relieving to know that there are good aspects to COVID. And I think the food share aspect has been one of those real bright spots in this whole COVID thing. And I really appreciate you being out there and organizing and moving cargo in the form of food boxes to needy families. Thank you so much. Appreciate your effort and being a part of our community.
Councilman Perez.
Yes, Miguel, well deserved. You are everywhere doing everything all over Ventura County, not just for the community of Port Hueneme. And we appreciate you so much. And I hope the port knows what they have in one of their employees. And I hope they appreciate you and do well by you. So thank you for what you do for our community. And I'm sure for communities everywhere in Ventura County.
And we have a comment and a thumbs up by our Council Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Would you like to make a few words?
Yes, I just want to let Miguel know that he rocks. We appreciate him very much and keep up the good work. You know, we love you very much and just we're thankful to have you.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Rodriguez, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations on your appointment as mayor, and thank you, everybody. Upon a lot of reflection, one of the things that marked my life was our migration from Mexico for my family, and one of the first things that we did, my mom used to walk with me, pushing carts, looking for aluminum cans, soda cans, so that we could have that nice dinner during the holidays. So this is really not just me paying it forward, right? But me trying to show everybody that you can start from the very, very bottom and you can help provide for those who are up and coming as well. So I'm very grateful. This is the biggest honor of my life. I've never intended to distribute 1 million pounds of fresh produce to the community. But thanks to the port, I've been able to leverage those relationships with our customers and been able to provide those resources. I'd like to recognize those people who have risked their time and sacrificed their health, right? To be able to help those that are most vulnerable in our community. And one of the things that I'd like to highlight is that we started these efforts to provide resources for those who were left underserved by pantries that were requiring vehicles, right? If you're a single parent, we're pushing the stroller and have to make that decision of going to the food line without a vehicle, right? You're probably not gonna get any food. If you have to walk all the way to Oxnard College, right? You're probably not gonna be able to carry the food. Or if you don't have an ID because you don't have money to be able to get it, because it's been confiscated or because you lost it, right? We had to create a new system that would serve those people who would be left out of getting emergency relief. And also, we had to go to communities as far as Piru, Fillmore, South Oxnard, Wineme, and we had to work as the councilwoman Hernandez said, right, on weekends and times when there was, when community was available. So I'd like to also just thank Chuck Calkins from Del Monte, Art Bouvet, Carolina Gallardo, Sofia Vega, Salvador Solorzano, Joaquín Hernández, José del Río, Patricia Cerrato, Drew Rodriguez, Maripaz Jacobo, Rodrigo Zaragoza, Chelsea Sutula, my new girlfriend, and of course my mom, which her birthday is on Thursday, and I'm sure she's very proud that her boy that used to walk around collecting cans with her is actually a hero somewhere. So thank you, and of course, thank you to the Port of Hueneme for allowing me this opportunity to serve.
Well, thank you. Any great contribution to the community that you made, obviously, it's through your ability to kind of connect with businesses and a variety of different agencies to make it happen. So really great job. So at this point in time, we are going to move on to number 6, and this is our homeless liaison report by staff, Mr. Montalongo. Is Mr. Longo? It appears that we have some technical difficulty going on.
Hello?
Hello, council?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Let me get the PowerPoint up. Hopefully we get this done.
Somebody sneezed. I want to say bless you.
How chewy.
All right, can everyone see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, council. Good afternoon, council, actually. My name is Henry Montalongo. I'm the homeless liaison officer for the Port Wineme Police Department. And tonight I will be going over pretty much my experience these past 4 months as the newly appointed homeless liaison officer for the city. So this purpose is pretty much to give a brief overview and disclaimer. This is everything I'm gonna talk about tonight is from my own experience. This is a new position, so it's always developing as we're going on. And I'm learning something new every day as I work with other agencies and police departments to create the best solution for Wineme. So today's topics, we're going to talk about the homeless population in the city of Port Wineme. Then we'll go into my short-term and long-term goals for the program. Then we'll proceed into the helico and slag piles cleanup. And then we'll end it with a brief story about one of the local transients that I've been helping out along with other agencies as more of a success story for everyone. So when it comes to homeless population within the city, I break it down to 2 groups. We have our resident homeless individuals and then our transients. So myself, along with the other officers in the police department, have narrowed it down to about 15 residents, homeless individuals within the city of Wineme. So these are individuals that are unhoused for one reason or another. However, they still consider Wineme their home, so they frequent the area. They really don't go out of the city bounds, and they stay within the city limits of Wineme. Then on the other hand, we have our regular transients that come in through the city here a couple of days and then proceed back out. So we've identified about 57 of those individuals that have, in the past 4 months, that have come into the city. They've had some type of police contact, and then they proceeded back out through the city. With these total individuals that we've had contact with, there's been about 200 contacts that we've done. And out of those 200 contacts, I've only had about 1 individual that's actually taken me up on the services that I provide as a homeless liaison officer. Everyone else is, for lack of a better term, service resistant. They are happy and content with their normal day-to-day business. And what I've seen that all I could really do at this point is keep offering them the services in hopes that one day they finally take me up on the offer and I'm able to get them into the path where they're able to better themselves and get out of the situation that they're in. So the short-term goals that myself and Chief Salinas have identified are identify the local transients within the city limits, get in contact with the Human Services Agency of Ventura County and try to get backpack medicine into the city to contact those individuals that may not have the resources to actually see a medical provider to help them out with whatever they need. Along those terms, my goal was also to identify the county services that are currently being offered. What I've seen that's kind of helped the situation is I was able to find a pamphlet that lays out all the services that are currently being offered to the county. And I have these within the department. I gave some to the officers so that when I'm not there and they're patrolling and they're getting in contact with individuals for calls for service, or if they even just see anyone, they're able to at least give them a pamphlet and explain to them that the services are there. However, it comes back to them whether they want it or not. And from there, we've also, my short-term goals is to develop a working relationship with the Oxnard Police Department's homeless liaison team. We're neighboring cities. We work with each other. We have the same contact with the same individuals that I may see one day, they'll see another day. And it's a good working relationship to have, that if I need something, I can reach out to them and they'll be able to help me out, and vice versa, which goes on to our long-term goals of Ormond Beach, the helical plant, and slag pile. So these are close enough locations that even though they're not in our city, they still have an impact for our residents and our community as well. So that working relationship with the Oxnard Police Department is key to help find a long-term solution for homelessness. Going along with that, creating a working relationship with the housing authority is key. And I'll touch more base on that on the work that we've accomplished so far. And along those terms, trainings, I've gone to the homeless liaison officer training at Anaheim Police Department, which they've kind of gone over the do's and don'ts, the case studies that they've done and what works for them. And I'm trying to bring that here into Wineme so that we can have a better result for everything that we're doing here in Wineme. And also the possible creation of the one-stop location here in South Oxnard and Wineme, so that we could get the resources to those individuals a little bit quicker. And with it being closer, they may be a little more inclined to actually take us up on those services. So the helical and slag piles. So this was a recent cleanup. I've actually had opportunity to go out with the Oxnard homeless liaison team before they started to the cleanup. And at that time, there was approximately about over 50 transients living on that site. And when they were living on this site, they created, as you can see in the photo, some structures. And some of these structures were actually 2 stories. They dug into the actual mound and they had working restrooms from the 2nd story all the way down to the second. The 2nd story all the way down to the 1st story. So these are issues that we were working with them, and I saw how they incorporated the human services agencies and providing assistance for those individuals there. And with it being the backpack medicine, they're even issuing out motel vouchers. However, even though they were there on a constant basis and offering these services to the individuals, the vast majority did take them up on the offer. However, you still had a group of individuals that did not want to leave. They were happy where they were at and wanted nothing to do with the officers or the social workers that were there, until it actually came to eviction date that they were told that they had to leave or they were going to get arrested. So they chose the path of least resistance, so they left the site. And with the services that were still there, they still refused at that point to take up any of the offers that they were offering them. So this is a prime example of service-resistant individuals that the help's there, however, they don't want any of it. And all we can do is offer it to them and hope that one day that they actually take us up on the offer. And from my experience, a lot of these individuals don't want the help. And it's because not so much that they don't have a housing option, it's more of a substance abuse issues. They're happy being out where there's no rules. They're able to use their narcotics or drugs. And I actually had the opportunity to sit down and speak to one of them and ask them why they chose to continue down that path. And they flat out told me that they wanted to use the drugs. They're able to do so in this area. And they get money from people just giving it to them as they panhandle. So they're getting everything at the very minimum that they need, that they want. So this is more of a substance abuse issue that we need to figure out how to address to get everyone on the right path again into a more permanent living situation. So with the one person who actually took me up on the offer to go with the services and go along with the program. His name is Carl Moore. I don't know if many of you have spoken to him or seen it. I actually spoke to him a few days ago, actually. And I asked him if he was open to me telling council and pretty much telling his story of what he went through to kind of show us his step to step and his thought process on what was going on. And he agreed. He said, please go ahead, whatever I can do to help. He was very appreciative. So I'll start off with where we found Carl to where he's at now. So in the very beginning, when I first started the position, I was actually called by one of our officers that he had seen Carl, took the time to stop there and talk to him and explain to Carl that there was a officer whose new position was just to help out the homeless, and that if he wanted to at least just talk to me and see what I had to say, and hopefully he could benefit from anything that I had. So Carl at the time was suffering from an ailment that needed to be treated immediately. And that, my opinion, was kind of prompted him to actually sit down and talk to me. So he agreed. At that time, the officer called me. I responded out there, sat down with Carl, explained to him what my position was about, and if he was open for me to actually transport him to the one stop in Ventura right across the street from VCMC and start him in the process. So he agreed. So we set a time the following morning that I would meet him, drive him out to Ventura and start the process with him. So I showed up, he was ready to go. I get him in the police car, we drive out to Ventura, and that's when I meet the wonderful crew at the one stop from the Ventura County Healthcare Agency and Human Services Agency, James Boyd, Gina Dennison. These two individuals, I cannot explain or commend how much work they do, and it's because of them that we were able to get the ball rolling. So we were actually able to get, that day we were actually able to get Carl signed up for Medi-Cal, food stamps, you name it, everything. And we actually got him to see a doctor right there and then. At that point, the doctors saw what he was going through, recommended that he start treatment immediately, and the ball started going. At that point, Carl started getting his treatment. We were able to get in contact with the National Health Foundation and transition Carl from actually where he was homeless and staying at, which was at the entrance of the port along the brick wall in the bushes, to recuperative care, which was the old Vagabond motel near the Denny's off of Oxnard Boulevard. So he was housed there as he was receiving treatment for his ailment. During that process, this was about 3 months now that he was getting the treatment, going through the program, getting what he needed to get done. We began working with the City of Port Wineme Housing Authority and finding Carl a more permanent living situation. As you can see on this slide, there is about 7 different agencies listed here: Ventura County Human Services, National Health Foundation, the One Stop, Ventura County Area Agency on Aging, the Housing Authority, the Port Wineme Police Department, and last but not least, Lisa's Furniture. So all these agencies got together, and through networking and all of us going for the common goal is to get Carl to the area where he needed to be, we actually were able to get him housed at Mar Vista. So Carl is now actually moving in this week into his unit, and he is, from the day I met him to now, it's about 1,000% better than where he was. And he recognizes it, he's very appreciative. And I wanted to say special thanks to Lisa's Furniture. I went and spoke to her personally and informed her of what we were trying to do. And without hesitation, she volunteered to donate a full bed, which included a bed frame, box spring, and mattress free of charge. She was very willing and able to help with that. So that helped us out a lot. So Carl is now doing much better. And as we proceed on, I'm going to keep checking in on Carl, make sure he stays on the path that he's on and doesn't revert back to where he ended up in the first place. And one last thing, I wanted to inform council that we do have an actual upcoming event with the Human Services Agency. It's going to be the 2022 Homeless Point in Time Count. This is a huge event that's very important to the county, as it's actually required for all state and federal grants that fund homeless shelters, supportive housing, rental assistance programs, street outreach. So what this program is that I will be working in Wineme, and I will be going out to all the transients and pretty much getting a count of how many we have within our city at that time, so that all these numbers get reported back to the state so that we could get more funding for different programs throughout the county for the homeless. At this time, I would welcome any council member at any, pretty sure everyone has my number. Feel free to get in contact with me. I'll be more than glad to take you out at this time, or even if it's not this day, a different date, to kind of show you guys firsthand what I'm doing and my interactions with the homeless. If you have any questions about the point of contact, the point in time event, you could contact Jennifer Harkey. She is the person in charge to get people signed up and trained to actually do the count if you're interested in doing that as well. And that's open up to anyone. It doesn't have to be law enforcement or a city employee. Any individual could go out there and help out with that. And that is the end of my presentation. Hopefully I didn't rush through that too much. Any questions from any of the council members, I welcome them. I may not have the answer at this time, but trust me, I will go look for it and find it and report it back.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Montalongo, for a very detailed and realistic report as far as what's going on. At this point in time, I'd like to get some thoughts and comments from our council. Councilman Gama.
Thank you for the presentation. And I can honestly say from the moment you began in this position, you had an immediate impact. And I know that I made some calls and I saw a lot of interaction at the KFC. And I now see that the behavior that was unbecoming is now no longer present there. And I also know that we helped out some individuals on the beach. And I think it's just really gratifying to actually see one of our actions have immediate and positive results. Do you have any idea what happened to Janet? I heard a rumor that she may have passed away, and Janet was the beachside homeless lady for as long as I've lived here, you guys. I would see her every day and I would interact with her. And if I didn't see her, I would feel worried, and I haven't seen her for a couple months. And do you know what happened to her?
The last I heard, she was actually taken to the hospital, and I haven't heard from her or heard from anyone else of where she may have gone from that point.
Yeah, and I've often referred to her as the model homeless citizen. She never caused any problem, was always polite, and we generally looked after her. So I just appreciate your effort. I know it's difficult. Success is very hard to come by, and I really, I think I know who Carl is, and I'm so happy to know that he is working on himself, and that's a real testament to who you are and what this position is about. So thank you so much, and I appreciate all your efforts, and also look forward to continued success.
Thank you.
Councilman Perez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Officer Montalongo. And it's so great to see this position paying off and your dedication to the people and the community members of Port Wineme. I just had a couple of questions. in your opinion, in regards to the regular Port Hueneme residents, how many of them do you believe are suffer from substance abuse and those who suffer from mental illness?
I would say about 95% of them suffer from either substance abuse, mental illness, or a combination of the both.
And everything that you've done and all the different agencies you've connected with and the people that have helped you out, what do you think you need additionally? What other resources can you be provided to help you do an even better job than what you're already doing? Is there anything out there that you're lacking so you can do your job?
I know right now the main thing I'm having a hard time with is the HLO truck. It's no fault of any of the employer staff here in Hueneme. It's just that there was a shortage of actual vehicles. So I'm sure once we're able to get that truck in, I'll be able to do a little bit more active patrolling and actually be able to drive out to the beach. Because right now I'm driving around and you may see the old Crown Vic, and I'm making contact with them, with the individuals there. And I offer them taking them to the one stop. However, a lot of times they have a lot of property with them. It was kind of difficult for me to transport them with their property to the one stop, as I have a trunk pretty much, and it's very limited in space. So I think once we get the truck in, we'll be able to actually take more people to those locations to get the help.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Thank you, Officer Montalongo, so much for the difficult work that you're doing. The fact that you even volunteered for this position is just outstanding. It really says something about you and your passion to help others and to help our community. I have a couple of questions about two things. One is, what can the public do to cut down on the panhandling? I come in and out of Ralph's shopping area daily, and I see people out there panhandling and people giving them money. Would it make sense to have some kind of public campaign, or maybe through the stores, to tell people not to give them money, maybe give them a card on where they can call for help, maybe the 211 number, or a sheet of resources, the same one that maybe you gave the officers? What would you like to see the public do?
You know, I'm actually currently in San Francisco right now on vacation, and what I've seen them do here is they actually have notices out in front of businesses saying, don't give money to the individuals, give it to the actual agencies that are providing the help to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually parked in Hueneme in a couple spots. The Ralph's is one of them. The 99 store is another one. And realistically, the homeless are there because people keep giving them money. If people were to stop giving them money and maybe donate that money to either the One Stop or the Rescue Mission, the Salvation Army, those agencies who are providing shelter and other services for the homeless, it's pretty much killing two birds with one stone. It kind of forces those individuals to actually go to those agencies to get the help they need,
right,
rather than just collecting money from citizens and using it for whatever they're going to use it for.
Right, right. It does. Thanks for that answer, because you and I were working on that one young man who was on Wheelhouse,
yes,
and near the gym, and I saw you talking to him and giving him some information. But I was also reading in nextdoor.com that residents were taking him dog food and other kinds of food for him to eat, and blankets, and making him quite comfortable there. And he actually, I saw him today, he's back, and he's been back for a while, and he was sweeping and cleaning up his area, which we much appreciate. But people need to understand that it is generous on their part to give him food and give him dog food for his dog, but it does just create, it's like laying out a welcome mat, and it deters them from going to a place that is really set up to help them.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's the common denominator. If you cut one of them out, it's going to force them to actually go get the help that they need.
Yeah, yeah. So, and then the other night, I got a call from Seth Bonilla, who does the food distribution over on Market Street. And he's called me a couple of times with people who are homeless and asking for a hotel voucher. And I don't know what to do. I mean, I can call James, but I don't think that's the right channel I should go through. I know that Chief Salinas and I briefly talked about setting up a fund that if we have special situations where we need to get somebody into a hotel for their safety so they don't spend the night on the streets, that we should have a fund of some sort that we can draw upon so that we don't have to rely on the county for hotel vouchers.
That would be a great idea. Obviously, it's going to be a case-by-case basis. We're just not going to just issue out hotel vouchers to everyone.
Right.
It's not going to solve the issue at that point. But yeah, that would be a great idea to do that. And feel free to give him my cell phone number. He can reach out to me. When I get back, I'll make sure to go out there and contact him as well and see what I could help him out there.
Okay, thank you so much. And keep up the good work. So proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Martinez, did you want to say anything?
No, I just want to say, Henry, keep up the good work. I appreciate you very much. And, just keep it up, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Councilman Perez.
Yeah, sorry, because of Councilmember Hernandez, I had a follow-up question about the shopping centers. Has there been any contact made to the owners, property managers, to see if they can do anything to assist in clearing up the shopping centers from those individuals that frequent them? And I know there's some people there that technically they're not even homeless, that are there panhandling and asking for things from the community.
Yeah, so that actually takes me back to the presentation when the training I went on, septet, crime prevention through environmental design. I was kind of waiting to complete that training so when I actually go and meet with the shopping center owners, I actually have some training and knowledge to be able to present them with different options and how they can improve their shopping center to help reduce the homeless and create a better environment for all the customers coming in. So I know about a week ago, myself, Chief Salinas, and Sergeant Bates met with the Goodwill, and we made some recommendations to them to help better their business and help to deter the transients from loitering in the area as well.
And one final, do you think, which the staff is working on, communication with Oxnard regarding Mercy House and allowing our officers to have access to emergency shelters with Mercy House? Will that help you in what you're doing as well?
Yeah, definitely. I know we might get the situation where I might have to get someone housed, and if we already have that channel lined up and that connection with the Mercy House, it eliminates one unnecessary step that I'm going to have to figure out once I get there. So if we could create that would be a great tool to have.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I just want to thank you for taking on this almost unsurmountable challenge on, finding a solution to the homeless situation. I know it's a regional problem. I've seen from your report that you're collaborating with a variety of different agencies and different aspects of the homeless, and I think you're in the right track there. I know it must be very frustrating. We talk about the one person, Carl, that's been able to accept those services, and all the many others that, no matter how hard you try, aren't ready to accept those services. I know that, and I think you're right on target regarding getting information out to the community regarding providing money for panhandlers. I know in other cities, they've actually gone so much as creating a kind of I remember a dolphin piggy bank where it expressed out where instead of giving money to the homeless, you're much better to give it to these agencies who can push the money in a lot more productive way into solving the problem overall. So I think you're on the right track there. Finally, I just hope, I know I've heard some comments and some discussion about moving a one-stop a little bit closer to the South Oxnard Wineme community. I think, the closer, the better to be able to address, the homeless issues there. I know you have to bring them a long way, and I've seen it in operation in a variety of other areas where it's been very well accepted. So I hope to look for us to move in that direction. Councilman Hernandez.
I just wanted to follow up on your mentioning of the one-stop center. James has offered, he called last week and offered, or maybe a couple of weeks ago, and offered a shower pod for Wineme, South Oxnard. So I believe Oxnard is taking the ball and they're going to find a location, working with Henry, of course, with Officer Montalongo in finding an ideal location for that shower pod. So hopefully that'll happen soon. And we'll have a place for people to go that's closer.
Sounds good.
Which I can see the faded hand raise of Councilman Gama, the orange hand raise. I can now see it pretty good. Councilman Gama.
Listening to my colleagues has spurred another question and comment. So we've witnessed this whack-a-mole, if you will, at Halico now for at least 7 years, where you move them out of one area and then they move to the beach, and then you move them out of the beach, they move back there. So I've been watching it and tracking it. And so I went by the day of the evictions, and it was quite the ordeal, to say the least. And then I monitored the cleanup of the big stuff, and that's, again, another monumental task. And then just the other day I went through and I noticed that probably 10 to 12 of the prior Halico site people living there, they're now on McWayne. And the amount of stuff that they have transferred there in these 2 weeks short of time it's mind-boggling where it all comes from. I have no idea where. I mean, I'm talking bikes and trailers. And so is there a plan to keep the pressure on them? I know they're not, they do bother the businesses there. I work along that area, and I do know that a lot of efforts made to keep the transients from taking things and breaking in. So are they just going to let it go for a while and then they're going to head back out to Halico, or what's the plan to keep Halico? For me, it's the environment damage, all the trash and all the waste that ends up in the lagoon that ends up on the beach. So is there a plan for the non-service resistant people? I know Mayor Rollins and I have talked for years about this, like, is there a place we could put them where they do the least amount of environmental damage, but we could provide them with a shower, a trash service, maybe even some porta potties? Because they're still there. And the same thing's going to happen over time, is there'll be more and more, and eventually it appears they're going to find their way back out to Halico. So could you tell us maybe what the long-term plan is to keep that from reoccurring again?
From my talks and conversations with the Oxnard team, the Halico site and Slack Power sites actually have actual security company monitoring the area to make sure that they're not going back into the site. And I know that the Oxnard team is periodically going out there and ensuring that they're not making their way back. As far as a long-term solution, that I don't know. I will touch base back with them and see what they have planned for that, and I could report back to council on that.
Well, thank you for the report. I guess I'm going to just make one quick comment, and it's kind of reinforcing that. I guess the challenge is not to basically just reshuffle the problem from one place to the other. I think and obviously many of the people, as you've mentioned, are resisting services, and you can't tell people, well, you can't be there without finding a place where you can be, where it's acceptable to be there. And that's obviously easier said than done. So keep up the good work, and we look forward to periodic reports of progress and where we're moving. So thank you for the tough job that you've taken on.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, so now we are going to move on to item number 7, the water leak policy, and that's going to be given by staff, Mr. Biafano.
At this time, thank you, Council, Mayor Rollins. At this time, I'm going to need to share the screen because of a PowerPoint presentation. If I could have.
Don, you have co-host permission.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is the water leak update. And first, I wanted to give you a little background on our system. We've got 48 miles of piping ranging in size from 2 inches to 14 inches. We have 2 12-inch potable water supply connections to the 24-inch PHWA transmission line. We have 2 standby wells, approximately 400 fire hydrants, over 5,800 service connections. Approximately 20% of our system is over 70 years old. Another 30% is almost 60 years old, and the remaining 44% of the system is between 50 to 35 years old. This year, these are the water line breaks. We had 3 water main breaks that were repaired. We had 3 leaky damaged valves that were replaced. We had 18 water service leaks. All the water distribution repairs were completed by our water division with the assistance of our street division and wastewater division. We average about a water line break every other week. This was a 6-inch water main break on Myrna Drive in January. Another 6-inch water main break in Ukiah and Elfin Green. You can see the water spurting out there. And we worked through the night to get this thing fixed. You can see the crew on the left. This was a water service leak in March on C Street. Another one in Elfin Green. This was in April. This was in Bay Ridge Court in Pacific Cove. There's one again in Wineme Bay on Fiesta Green in April. Then this was in the another one in Bolker in May. Another one in near Fiesta Green in May. This was on Barnacle Cove. This was in the Marlboro subdivision, Marlboro Townhomes. This was another repair on 2nd Street in June. Another one in Reed Way in July. Another one in Garden Green in Wineme Bay. Another one in Garden Green in the end of July. And this is a team effort. As you can see in the right-hand picture, we're using our Vector to help clean out the hole. And that's our wastewater division. It's all hands on deck when we do this. We have our street crew, we have our water crew, and we have part of our wastewater crew out there. There's another one on Bowling Green. You can see the water going across the street up through the pavement on the left. This was a 6-inch water valve that no longer operated and was leaking. And this was on Myrna in August. This was another valve on Myrna that needed to be replaced. This was on Joyce, another 6-inch water main valve that was leaking and needed to be replaced. And we're backfilling the hole with a concrete slurry. That's what you see coming out of the truck there. Another one in the Bolker neighborhood in August. This is on 2nd Street. Another one in Pacific Cove. Evergreen Lane. This was another one on Garden Green. This was on Pearl Street in November. And this was December 16th. So we average about one every other week. We've got a great team between the Water Division, Streets, and Wastewater. Wanted to talk about our backflow. The city has 87 irrigation backflow prevention devices. There's a couple of examples there, one in Wineme Bay on the left, the other one down by the beach. And what is a backflow preventer? A backflow device, if you in the lower part of the picture, prevents water from traveling back into your drinking water. It's basically to prevent cross-contamination. And the County of Ventura requires that all backflow prevention devices be tested annually. Our certified backflow prevention tester and irrigation landscape worker is currently out on an extended FMLA leave. So all our backflow prevention device testing and repairs are currently being contracted out. So right now, we can't respond as quickly to our backflow when we have a leaking backflow because the gentleman is out on FMLA, but we have a contractor that will respond usually within 48 hours. And do you have any questions?
Okay. If you can put out this off the screen now, I can see our fellow councilman.
Okay, how's that?
I still don't see our fellow councilman.
Let's see. Let me end share here.
Misty has her hand up, by the way.
Hey, now I spelled it. So at this point in time, Councilman Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Villafana, for that presentation. And I would expect, I don't want to assume, but I would expect all this has to do with our aging infrastructure and needing to upgrade pretty much everything underground.
That is correct. We have a lot of aging infrastructure and we're trying to be proactive. We're looking at areas where we've had a lot of water service leaks. And in the next year, we're planning to put together a plan to start going in there and sounding the water lines because it takes a while for water to actually get to the surface if we have a small leak. And we typically do this before we paved resurfaced the Bolker area. Our water crew went in and sounded each water service to see if anything was leaking. And we did replace a water service at the time before we resurfaced because the last thing we want to do is have to go in after we resurface and dig up the street to repair a line. So we try to be proactive and get a jump on it. But we've had numerous water line breaks in the Pacific Cove area and also in Wineme Bay. And we're looking at where we've had the most frequency of those because those are, Wineme Bay especially has some older infrastructure. We're looking at putting together a capital project to go in there and start replacing 20 water services at a time. And hopefully we start doing that in the new year. But it is aging infrastructure.
With as you know, the infrastructure bill that just came out with the water infrastructure, I expect, and I think you mentioned it at one of our previous meetings that you were watching that and we were going to hopefully try to get grants for that.
Yes, I've been talking to my colleagues, the other public works directors of the other 9 cities, asking them, how they're looking at, how they're going about, and there's good collaboration among the other public works directors, and we're all keeping our fingers on the pulse and looking at when we can start applying and how we can start applying. And I am keeping my eyes open and talking to my other directors to see when we can start applying for that.
And one final, just this is in terms of just knowing whether you are having a water leak. I noticed in some of the pictures, the befores, and it just looked like there was just water on the street. And we get that often in our cul-de-sac. I'm in Pacific Cove, and it just looks like water, somebody just dumped water in the area for no reason, and it stays there. And it's been a question of our neighbors, what is that? It wasn't related to any rain or anything like that. So is that a potential issue, or is that a normal thing that happens?
Well, yeah, you get water, if it's very foggy or we have some rain and there's a shady area, it'll take longer to dry out. But if that's the area, just email me the nearby address and we'll have our water crew go out there and sound the water lateral and see if we can detect any leaking. If we can, we'll take care of it. So yes, great. Sometimes it'll seep to the surface, but if it's a warm day, it'll dry, or we have winds, it'll dry out, and then it'll come back. So yes, definitely, please send me an email with the nearby address so we can take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Thank you, Mr. Villafana, for your presentation. It makes me wonder what's not getting done while you're so busy responding to water breaks. But the real question I have is, how are you managing the staffing of this? Because it just seems like each one of these water breaks is an emergency repair. You've got to drop what you're doing and take care of it. So how are you able to manage staffing for that? How's that working?
Well, as I said, sometimes it's depending on the gravity of the leak, it becomes all hands on deck. And we'll get the street division out there, a couple of people from the street division, and also wastewater. We've got a good team. The one thing that doing the repairs with city crews is substantially cheaper than contracting it out. You can't do anything for less than $10,000 almost a day with a private contractor by the time you mobilize, bring equipment out. And so, yes, it is. And I've estimated it takes at least a crew 6 days to do a full repair, because they have to go out there, excavate, check, and then we have to do the repair. We have to backfill, then we have to come back and pave it. So that's quite a bit of time taking up. And yes, it does take away from a lot of other things. But we've tried to be proactive. As I said, we're planning a capital project to start going into the areas. We're closer to fully staffed now, and so that's good in the water division and also in the streets division. So it gives me the ability now to start being more proactive and replacing a number of older water services before they become a problem. And that's our goal for the new year.
That's great. Yeah, I was listening to Councilwoman Perez's questions, and that was my same question. What can you do to mitigate? So I'm glad to see that you're being proactive and looking at ways to reduce the impact of these water leaks, try to lessen the number of them that we have. So thank you again. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Councilman Gama.
I did reduce the shade on my hand one. Hopefully you can see it better. I just wanted to mention to our colleagues and to any residents watching tonight, Go Wineme. It's an app, and irrigation is a very key word in it. And so rather than sending Don an email, if you have the Go Wineme app and you put in the keyword irrigation, it'll bring up a broken whatever, and then you can just take a picture, send it in, and you're done with it. It gives coordinates, and it's very effective. It's a little bit tricky on getting the right section, but irrigation is a key word, and so I highly recommend that everyone have that on your phone and use it when you see something that needs to be fixed in our wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll reinforce the need to the citizens to get involved. because we only have a limited amount of staff, and the toughest thing is to have a leak be there for a long time, especially when we're going into an age of water conservation. It looks kind of like it's against our flow when we can't deal with those in an effective manner. You were mentioning that, you know, your staffing levels are close to fill as far as what is budgeted, and that to get outside contractors are quite a bit more expensive. Do you feel that in the future that you may need more people in this area so that when people are out on leave that you can kind of address it? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, it would probably be very helpful in the future to add. And again, you know, the enterprise fund is self-funding through water rates, and so that would not be an impact to the general fund, because I would add a position or two to the water division, and that certainly would give me the flexibility to be even more proactive in replacing some of the aging infrastructure.
Okay, great. I noticed the various different parks right now that you've, it appears as though you've cut off the sprinkler systems in some area. Is that because there have been identified leaks, or I know the infrastructure there is quite aging? And I know that's probably one of the biggest complaints I'll get is over the years, not only here, but other places, when sprinklers go on for long periods of time and no one's there to address it. Are there any plans to, I know they have computerized water sensors that can detect that right away and let staff know and be able to deal with it. Is there any thoughts as far as moving forward on that area?
Charles Cable, our principal engineer, oversees landscape, but yes, we're very cognizant of that. And of course, now we're going into a rainy time, and we've made sure that our sprinklers are shut off, and that the controllers are off, so that they're not going to be going on when it's raining, and you don't want to see the sprinklers going on when we're having a downpour. So we are aware of that, and we are working on that. And some of our irrigation systems are automatic, so they can be set, but Charles is working on that.
Yeah, I remember in the past, like, you know, the public could never quite understand why we weren't able to deal with it right away, but they're so spread out. You really depend on the public to be able to help you out. So
we appreciate that input.
People to get out there and use Go Wineme. Okay, thank you very much for the report. And we will now move on to the consent agenda, which is a long consent agenda. Madam Clerk, just to help me out in my first meeting, do I go through each one of these 6 consent agendas, and do I also provide the recommendation for each one, or do I handle them separately?
Sure, you can approve them all. So you'll read all of the titles and recommendations for all items. And then if council so chooses, they can make one motion to approve all of them. Or if they'd like additional discussion, then they can pull an item.
Okay, so my tongue may be dry, but I'm
Our mayor is frozen.
Oh, I thought it was me for a moment.
Yeah.
That movie Mask. Freeze.
Maybe Mayor Pro Tem can take over. Oh, there he is.
Can you, am I moving?
You are now. Yeah, you are now.
Okay. Okay, then let me begin again. Number 8, approve the minutes of the City Council special meeting of December 1st, 2021, and the City Council regular meeting of December 6th, 2021. The recommendation is to approve the special and regular meeting minutes. Number 9, receive and file the financial cash disbursements from November 30th, 2021 through December 13th, 2021. The recommendation is to receive and file the disbursements. Number 10, revision to the comprehensive salary schedule. Recommendation is to receive and file the city's revised comprehensive pay schedule. Number 11, the Ventura County Transportation Commission grant funding. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, authorizing city's participation in the Ventura County Transportation Commission SAFE Grant Program by accepting funds in the amount of $18,000. Number 12, professional service agreement with Lucci and Associates, electrical engineers for water well facility electrical design and arc flash study services. The recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute the professional services agreement in the amount not to exceed $57,650 with Lucci and Associates electrical engineers. And number 13, Regional Phase 1 Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, parentheses, MS4 National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Systems, or called NPDES, Permit Facility Activity Update, to receive and file this report. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Mayor Rollins, may I request to pull item 10 for discussion, and I would move to approve the remaining consent calendar items.
Okay, so there's a request to remove item 10. And there's a motion to reapprove the other consent agenda items. Do we have a second? I might not have heard that.
Second.
Second. May we take a vote on the ones that we have chosen to vote on or to approve at this point, and then we'll bring back the other one.
Yes, sir. This is a roll call vote for items 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13. Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez?
Yes.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. My apologies. And Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So now we are going to move back to number 10 on the consent agenda, revision to the comprehensive salary schedule. Mr. Gama.
Yes, I was wondering what's the purpose of this? And as I was going through the list of all the different positions, I started highlighting the ones that I know aren't filled. So 2 questions. Number 1, I would like to know the purpose of this. What's the reason for this? And the second question is, at a later date, or perhaps in our mid-year budget review, can we get a listing of all the positions that aren't filled or not currently occupied? And so again, the first question is, what's the purpose of this?
Okay,
Yes.
Staff, can you make a reply to this?
Hi, this is Lupe Acero, and the purpose of the schedule is to include the new positions that were adopted during the budget process and incorporate them into the schedule. So those were the only changes. I added the new full-time as well as the part-time positions that were approved, and then included the salary ranges for those positions.
I was looking for the arborist position and I couldn't find it because that's a new position, is it not?
I think it's a landscape supervisor position that also includes the arborist qualifications.
It's a public works supervisor, which includes that as a condition for employment.
So it's a position that's in there but isn't filled.
It's not filled, that is correct.
Okay. So this is not related to the salary schedule study?
No, we have not incorporated, we haven't received those, if there are any changes, we have not received that. So once we receive the class and comp study results back, we will be updating the salary schedule with those compensations. So this is merely just, like I said, updating just the new positions that were approved, that were not included on the schedule that we had before.
So did the schedule before this schedule, did it include the landscape manager maintenance position with that includes the qualification of arborist?
No, the prior schedule did not include any of the positions that were approved in the recent budget for 22 and 2023 fiscal years. So the only changes to the previous schedule would be the new positions that were adopted in the budget.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I will make a motion to approve unless anyone else has other questions for discussion.
Second. Comment. I would like to have this in the future to see this schedule in the budget as a draft presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion. I didn't see if I heard a second yet. I do see your thing. Okay, I see the second from Laura now. Your voice is up. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Gamma and a second by Councilman Hernandez. May we have a vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Gamma?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins?
Yes.
Motion passes, approving item number 10.
Okay, before we move on, I just would like to mention to all the councilmen, I'm looking at the agenda as it's developed, and we have some very interesting discussions that may come up that may or may not be fairly lengthy. So keep that in mind. At one point in time, we might want to consider moving them to a future agenda, perhaps not, but I just want you all to be aware of that because I'm looking at some of these items and they could be cause for a lot of discussion. So with that in mind, we're going to be moving on to number 14, and that's discussion regarding cannabis lounges. And the report is going to be given by Chief Salinas and Tony Stewart, Director of Community Development.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. This is Tony Stewart, and I'm actually going to turn this over to Chief Salinas. We've got a brief presentation for you, and then we're going to go ahead and introduce Jessica Wells, who has been hired by Wheelhouse to share a presentation of a design that they've been working on as an example of what we'd be looking for if such cannabis lounges were available or allowed in the city. So with that, Chief, are you on and able to take this away?
Sure, and I'll keep this very brief as an introduction to Jessica Wells, who represents Wheelhouse. In our evolution or our next step forward in cannabis, we are looking at the possibility of having consumption lounges, cannabis consumption lounges in the city of Port Hueneme for a number of reasons, but quite frankly, to keep the steady flow of customers coming to Port Hueneme, especially as other cities such as Oxnard and Ventura start to get into cannabis retail. This will allow us to stay ahead of those other cities and create an additional attraction to our retail dispensaries, which are going to be fighting with several of these other cities. And so we have Jessica Wells here, again from Wheelhouse, who's going to present to council this concept or what it would look like if we were to have a consumption lounge in the city of Port Hueneme. So she'll be able to answer all of your questions as it relates to that type of operation. Following her presentation, we'd like to know if council would like us to move forward with amending the city's ordinance as it relates to having consumption lounges in the city of Port Hueneme. So with that, I'll hand that off to Jessica.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I wanted to present to you today, and if we can have the presentation up on the screen, that would be awesome. Okay. And maybe we can put it full screen, that would be great, so that we can see the layout and the floor plans. Thank you so much. So today we want to basically have an addition to the retail location that we currently have at 521 West Channel Islands Boulevard. And we want to basically take over Suite 5 and 6, which is still on our campus. What we're looking at is adding a consumption lounge to our existing retail operations, which means we are looking to basically have a storage as well added to our unit for security purposes, but we also will have a larger product storage. We're still going to have security that's on site and also patrol 24/7. We're looking at wanting to operate a high-end boutique private cannabis consumption lounge. So if you can do the next slide, that would be great. And let's go to the third bullet point there. So what we really were thinking of was coming up with a solution to make sure that we're not overcrowding, right? We're also still going to have control of the people coming into the lounge. And so we thought of a creative way to create a member-only and reservation-based monthly subscription. So members would have to, first of all, when they're getting onboarded, sign a member agreement that basically acknowledges our strict protocols and our policies at the lounge, which we will cover in a couple of moments. Next bullet, please. We envision creating a space that offers local residents safe access to consume medicine, as well as an immersive educational experience on best practices for consuming products. Next bullet. And we believe that open-air consumption lounge will help to further revitalize the city's economy through tax revenue, creating additional local jobs, and by drawing surrounding Ventura County residents to park in our unique experience. So our cannabis lounge will ultimately make Port Hueneme the destination for cannabis, and we believe that because right now in Ventura County, as you know, there are no consumption lounges that exist. However, we have, and I have been actually a part of, I don't know if you know my background at all, but I actually was a part of also, working with particular brands who also right now are operating in West Hollywood, and they've won licenses in consumption lounge particularly. And so I've seen this kind of setup be very successful. And I understand that consumption lounges can be a huge way of not just revitalizing the community, but providing education on how to properly consume cannabis in a safe space. And also we want to encourage people to understand the medicinal benefits as well of cannabis. And there's some amazing benefits that people can learn, especially beginners. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then let's go to, let's do 2 bullet points. There we go. We're going to have a waiting area. So when you first come into the space, there's going to be a host that greets you. And so the first thing is, let's say if I were to walk in, I would hand my ID to the receptionist. And all of the staff, and we're going to go to later, they're going to be trained through a third-party expert company who is highly skilled, and they're working actually with Chief Salinas on training them on government ID verification standards. So I would hand that over, and that receptionist would verify my ID. And at that moment, they're going to ask me if I have a membership and if I have an existing reservation, right? And if I don't, we're going to go to that in a moment. And so as you look at the space, you're going to see that there's a product storage room, and that is a limited access area. All the different doors are going to actually have key fobs. So it's going to be very highly secured. The only spaces that are going to be public and open to the public once you're actually admitted is going to be the seating area, which you will have a reservation required to sit in a designated seat. and the bathrooms, right? And the bathrooms will be locked at all times as well, just to make sure that we have that security protocol there. We're not going to allow cannabis or smoking in the bathroom. And at all times, in order to get in, you're going to have to be, monitored by a staff to be led into that bathroom. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So the bar area, as you can see, features as a POS. And so, basically when you are ordering your products, you would be served by a connoisseur, or we would call it a server, who would be trained through a safe serve, certification. And at that point, when you are done placing your order, you would go up at the POS and you would also purchase that product, right? We were not going to be giving out any products until they're purchased, and they will be sealed tight, vacuum sealed as well, so we can make sure that there is kind of a reduction or prevention of odor emission in our cannabis lounge going into the public spaces. And we also have an odor mitigation plan, which we'll cover later in a couple moments. Next slide, please. Okay. So our max capacity is going to be 48 people. We do expect to have increments of half an hour to an hour reservations. And so we do see this as a very promising operation to not just have people in that half an hour to an hour experience cannabis for the first time, perhaps, or try new products and learn about how to use maybe products that they didn't know about in a very effective way. But we're also going to have an opportunity for people as they leave to buy sealed type products that are not opened right on their way out. And we see this as a really potentially high revenue production that we can have in addition to our current operations at Port Hueneme. Next slide, please. All right. So our hours of operation are going to be from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. The last sale or last call will be at 9 o'clock in the evening, with the last customer leaving the premises by 10 o'clock sharp. Checking in, all customers who entered the lounge will be greeted, next bullet point, please, by a receptionist, of course, as we talked about, who will verify if they're existing lounge member or if they need to sign up for the first time. Then members will need to provide still a valid government ID and be at least 21 years of age, right? Next slide. First-time customers must sign a membership agreement, and let's go over the policies. Okay. So no driving under the influence, right? Members must agree to use our Lyft discounted free ride service, and we're going to get more into detail of what that encompasses. If our staff determines that they are inebriated or they're too intoxicated to drive home, and we're going to be very thorough in our training with staff, just to make sure that they also know intervention measures of how to identify customers who are perhaps on the brink or pretty much almost inebriated, and they will actually stop that order or refuse service. So that's something we're going to be working with heavily with Chief Salinas as well. There'll be no consuming cannabis in any areas outside of their designated table on the reservation. Customers reselling any amount of cannabis on the premises is, of course, strictly prohibited, and absolutely no outside substances of any kind, including cannabis, no outside paraphernalia, all cannabis and paraphernalia, including, let's say, heat sticks. So just to back up, we are going to be having or allowing people to smoke flower, but it's going to be through a heat stick that we use. It's not going to be through, lighters. So that's why we want to make sure there's no fire hazard. And all of that's going to be provided by us. And everything outside of that is going to be strictly banned from inside that lounge. Now, if people violate these rules, and that's where we're going to be very strict on enforcing this with the membership, they'll be automatically placed with a lifetime ban from returning to our lounge. Next slide, please. There'll be no loitering, no rude and inappropriate behavior, absolutely no harassing others, no theft allowed, and of course, violent behavior or soliciting. And as we know, no minors allowed. And customers must leave again at 10 o'clock. Next slide. Okay. We also have to, we thought this through and we were thinking of 3 types of memberships. And so let's go to the next slide, please. So we thought of, okay, the first time guests, people who are, let's say, visiting our dispensary, and we're, what we would love to do is also promote this several ways, but we want to promote this lounge through email marketing. We want to promote it through our channels for Instagram, our social media. And another great way is when people are actually checking out in our dispensary that we allow guests to understand, hey, by the way, if you want to stop by and try your product that you just purchased, right? We can basically have a single dose serving that our servers will allow for you to use in the lounge that's connected to us, right? So when you're a first time guest and you're just wanting to try it out, let's say you're not sure if you want to commit, it's $5 initially for 30 minutes maximum inside our consumption lounge. Same day reservations for guests will be available on a first come, first served basis through our reception. And the house rules will still need to be acknowledged and signed before entering. All other conditions for the first-time customers apply to this tier, except for a monthly membership fee. And once those guests are logged in, they're going to be able to, book a reservation through a reception directly because they're not a member, so they won't have access to our online portal where we're going to have eventually. We plan on having a web app where we allow people to actually book reservations and even select a seat similar to, I'm not sure if anyone here has seen a movie at AMC, but they have an incredible app, which I absolutely love with my husband on the weekends, where you can actually select your seat and you get an assignment right there and then. And we plan to have that similar technology. We've actually already found several different providers that can integrate easily with our existing website. For monthly members, we were going to be charging $100 a month for 30 hours worth of visits at our consumption lounge. So members may book up to 30 hours of reservations maximum within a month. Monthly members will have their own login to our member portal, which will allow them to make reservations online and choose their seat, just as I explained earlier. And then members will get invitations to exclusive tastings. We're planning on having, entertainment events, kind of like we actually have connections with Phil Medina, who's an amazing comedian, and we want to have open mics and really have also these what we call fresh drops. And if you guys don't know what a fresh drop is, oftentimes we have brands and vendors that have exclusive lines of products that they will select a certain client, and specifically we have people who work with us who give us their exclusivity in that product line. And so we want to basically promote that and say, hey, by the way, let's say Pop on Barkley, for instance, is one of our vendors. They're having a special fresh drop of certain line of products, and we're going to have that come in on the certain date. And we'd like to invite you to come out and reserve a seat to sample this product. We will have an event calendar within the member portal of these exciting events. And so a lot of these promotions, we're going to be making sure that we're keeping up with our members and making sure that we are maximizing our potential capacity at every single operation hour of the day, but not overcrowding the parking lot because we have a max cap. And all other conditions for first-time customers apply to this tier, as well as the monthly members. Let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we have our VIP members, and this is what I'm the most excited about, which is $200 a month. You get unlimited hours worth of visits at our consumption lounge. Members may book up to 1 hour per session, but can book multiple sessions within the same day. VIP members will have their own login to our member portal. So same as the monthly membership, but on top of that, they get early access to our 30% off Customer Appreciation Day discounts, which is, I mean, we see, I would say hundreds of customers sometimes in a single day for these 30% off. We do it twice a month, and they're high revenue, high producing events. And we're very excited to offer that to VIPs because VIPs absolutely love our early access. We actually started already experimenting with VIP passes, and we've seen a very effective way to bring them into the store the day before. And so we know that this would actually be, I think, a huge incentive for for them signing up for this tier. Also, we're planning on giving 20% off any entertainment events and shows hosted by Wheelhouse. And this is two things. First, obviously, this is a great incentive. But second of all, this creates more incentive for the VP member to actually come more often and purchase more products at the consumption lounge, right? They get a swag bag with their jacket, shirt, branded heat stick, of course, to use in our lounge. And again, that's an alternative to a lighter, right? And it's a safe way to use that without having a fire hazard. Members will get exclusive invitations to tastings and also other VIP events. And everything else is going to be very much similar as well with our membership monthly program that we explained before. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I had covered earlier, we have sales of cannabis going on in the lounge, right? And again, let's be clear, it's single serving per use, meaning that let's say if someone's sitting there at one time, they're only working at a single serving dose, right? So it's like if it's a gummy, right, a pack of gummies, they're only taking one gummy at a time. And our servers are observing the customers as they're ingesting the product, making sure that they're not looking inebriated, that they are not exemplifying any of the indicators of intoxication. So as they're going, let's say if you're a beginner, right, you might not have a high threshold yet for the amount of THC that you can handle. But let's say if you're someone that's been taking this for a while, you might be able to take a little bit more in that single, 1 hour slot that you are reserving. So that's why we have a single serving at a time. Right? But we do see this as a great revenue still for sales of cannabis because as people are still exiting after sampling and discovering new products, they can still purchase as they exit out sealed products that they will consume obviously in the privacy of their home. Advertising space, we do plan to sell advertising space to vendors and brands on our TVs, on our shelves, on our website and display case, and we'll be charging vendors pricing based on like where we're featuring their products, right? If they're on our shelves, I don't know if you saw on our renderings, and we'll probably show another rendering pretty soon, but our bar is planned to have a display. It's a clear glass countertop. So it would be awesome for us to have products underneath that glass display, and we would charge a fee monthly to our vendors for displaying as well under our bar counter. Next bullet point, please. Thank you. Our events, we plan to host special events as I had mentioned earlier, and that we will be also charging ticketing fees and so forth. Next bullet point. And then last but not least, of course, our memberships and guest passes. We do expect that our memberships will be a great source of income for Wheelhouse and the city. Next slide. Thank you. So we expect to have generate a total of about $1.2 million within our first year of opening the consumption lounge, right? And of that total revenue, 5% will be allocated for city tax, which would be a total of estimated wise $52,700 to $53,000 for the first year. We expect an upward growth of about 3% every quarter, and that's based on our experience. As you know, Wheelhouse is not new to the area, right? We have data already of operating since 2019. So we're using what we know as growth, what we've seen as growth to project these numbers. So this isn't just coming out of anywhere, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. And by year 3, we expect to have a total revenue of $2.2 million, which will in turn generate a total of $102,000.8 to city tax revenue. And we believe this will be greatly a benefit to not just the community, but I believe also creating a way to educate the community of how we can safely consume cannabis. I believe there's a huge stigma on cannabis, and a lot of people are fearful who haven't used it before because they just don't know the benefits. And I think this would be a great way to educate the community of how to not just safely use it, but people, let's say, that need it for medicinal purposes and they don't have a space to consume it in a safe manner, that they could actually come to the consumption lounge who are local and use it in the safe space. So as you can see, again, if you want to look at more details of the projections, our projections also, encompass not just our product line, right? And you can see our membership breakdown. We're also looking at, events, advertising, and also, merchandise, I think is in that category as well, which I didn't mention earlier, and accessories. So that's all things that they can purchase as well in the Cannabis Lounge. Next slide. And these are just more projections again. And then let's go to the right services. Awesome. Let's feature those bullet points, please. Yeah, great. Okay, thank you so much. And so this is what I'm really excited about is our right services program that we're going to have. And this is part of actually when you're onboarding as a first-time member, you're going to have to acknowledge that you will abide by this policy, which is if we determine that you cannot drive home and you drove to the facility, then you are going to have to take a Lyft ride home that we provide for the first 5 miles. It's free. And then if let's say it's a longer trip, then you'll have credit toward that longer ride. And so members must agree. And if let's say they're like, no, I am not going to take your ride, that will result in a lifetime ban. So this is something that we really want to implement to make sure that nobody is driving under the influence. And people can actually call us as well, and we will offer rides to and from Wheelhouse through Lyft. And Lyft, by the way, is already offering this with several other dispensaries, even in West Hollywood. So we know this program has been pretty effective, and we'd like to work with them as well. Next slide. All right, awesome. Next, okay, thank you. So just to again clarify how I talked about limits on cannabis sold, cannabis will be sold in single serving amounts we talked about. So how do we determine that, right? We're going to look at what is recommended, right, by people that are in the industry who are experts, right? And they put together usually a single serving size, just like if let's say you're taking a supplement, same thing. And we will determine that single serving size based on that packaging, right? The recommendation, and we're going to serve that. So just for example, for Wild CBD gummies, it's 1 serving size. So in that case, let's say if you came in, you'll be having just 1 gummy at a time. And any cannabis that will be unused, we're going to reseal it through a vacuum seal machine that we're going to have on site, and all contents will be clearly labeled. And let's say if you're eating half-eaten cookie, we would like to obviously seal that up before exiting the premises when that customer is done and ready to leave the site. Next slide. Okay, so another thing that's amazing, I'm not sure if anyone has heard about CBD water. I absolutely think this is a cutting edge discovery. They've been doing a lot of research on how CBD, I know it sounds ironic, can actually offset the effects of THC. Recently, University of Western Ontario actually did a study on a group of rats, and they actually studied that the rats who are administered obviously THC, sometimes it can obviously create not just a fear-based learning, and some people can have side effects, if that makes sense. They're not all the effects that most people experience, but there are a group of people that also experience heightened emotions, heightened behaviors, and sometimes maybe the anxiety behaviors from taking THC if, let's say, you have a negative side effect, and this is rare, right? But in that case, though, when they administered the CBD, all of the effects were less sensitive. They were less sensitive to fear-based learning, and they also didn't exemplify the effects that the other rats did. And so based on these findings, we're starting to discover that CBD water can help to, if you take it before ingesting, you can actually not experience as much effect of the THC as, let's say, if you were not to go in without the CBD water. So we're going to be actually offering this with every single membership and every single person that comes into that lounge. We're going to be offering CBD water in partnership with them ingesting cannabis during their time. If you guys have any more questions, I don't know if this is going to be posted anywhere on the website, but you can check out that link and discover more about the amazing benefits of CBD water. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, awesome. So we are planning to initially hire 100% locally, right? So what we mean by that is sourcing locals who live in Ventura County. And we want to start out with 8 servers, 4 cashiers / bud tenders for reception, and 2 managers. Next slide. So Wheelhouse, we've contracted with Atharva Workforce. They're incredible. They are experts in their field, and we currently, have been working with them even now to ensure that all employees have demonstrated knowledge of 90% and above on an annual recertification through responsible cannabis server training. They currently help to pick a lot of our high quality staff, even our managers right now. And so we're very excited to bring them into this project. I know that they've also been working with Chief Salinas on making sure that they implement policies and standards and even training methods that cover topics such as employee policies, knowledge of daily limits, healthy safety standards, verification of valid government IDs, recognition of effects of cannabis intoxication and inebriation, intervention methods, awareness of liability with inaction, protocol of how to counteract effects of THC, and best practices, as well as our ride service program that we're setting up. Next slide, please. Okay, odor mitigation. So here we go. And can I please see the bullet points? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so negative air scrubbers with carbon filters are something that we've been looking at. And for anyone who's ever been to Vegas, I feel like most people have been to Vegas at some point in their life, right? Whether it was a good experience or not, we don't know. But when you go to Bellagio, let's say at the lobby, you cannot smell the smoke that's in the casino, just in the joint area, because they have what we call negative air scrubbers, creating negative air spaces that are sucking currently the smoke from the casino into these vents, and they're filtering it out through carbon filters, and it's circulating constantly through these filters. So what we'd like to do, and we're working with an engineer currently to design this plan, is we are going to be creating a similar technology by using a HEPA recirculating air scrubber that recirculates air through the consumption lounge constantly, and that scrubber system is going to be it's going to have carbon filters that basically, as the air is circulating through these vents, there's going to be carbon filters set up creating these negative air spaces and filtering the air as it recirculates constantly. So this will ensure two things. First, that unpleasant odors are not emitted outside of our facility to public spaces. But secondly, we also don't want to be a nuisance, right, to the community. And so I think this is going to be a huge way that we can prevent becoming a nuisance. And let's go to that picture. I think if you study that positive air pressure, you're going to see that air moves outside of spaces when you have more air pressure going outside. I don't know if you guys have chemistry or physics background. I do. I happen to. But when you move molecules outside of a space, you can also move them inside by creating a negative air pressure, because I don't know if you guys have heard about osmosis, but molecules tend to want to seek out a balance or homeostasis in any environment. So when you're having molecules constantly moving out of a space, the molecules want to come back to fill that space. And that's what we're creating, is that we're keeping all the air inside of our lounge, if that makes sense. But we're recirculating it. So next slide, please. Okay, so air curtains. I think you guys might have seen this in a lot of public food spaces. I happen to also own a restaurant, and so I'm very familiar with air curtains, and they're amazing. We're not just keeping outside air out, but they also keep the air inside. They keep out bugs, they keep out pests. And so what we would like to do is use this technology as well for our benefit to have basically a seal between two environments, but allow a smooth flow of traffic and not to create an eyesore with our seal. So I think this is a great way that we can model that. Next slide, please. Okay, so more things about odor mitigation strategies is we're gonna have, of course, like we had talked about, all of our product displays are gonna be sealed tight in sealed containers to prevent diversion of products and also to minimize odor. We're also going to make sure that when vendors are making deliveries that they do not come in or start delivering and they stay inside their vehicle until we are fully ready to process that order. And that would help to prevent odor emission on our premises. And for Wheelhouse, we will also need to prohibit consumption of any on-site cannabis. Also, the selling of cannabis outside of our lounge, obviously, in the parking lot is prohibited by any third party. And then we're going to have secured waste bins that are sealed tight and contained. And we want to make sure that we're having a place to put it. So we're going to be putting it under the bar, and it's going to be completely secured. And everything else, before we even render it unrecognizable, we're going to have it sealed tight in a vacuum sealed manner. Next slide. Okay, so staff training, we're going to be enforcing our odor control policy procedures as well. And I'm sure if you guys have more questions, let's go along. I think we're running a little bit short on time, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. Let's go to the next slide. So security plan, we're going to have 2 guards who are present at all times during operating hours. Okay, we're going to be monitoring from a kiosk outside, and we're going to have 1 guard in charge of scanning IDs, and the other person's going to be active doing curbside service and monitoring people going in and outside the lounge. Next slide. And everything will be kept inside the storage room, including our safe, which will be where we're going to be storing our daily sales. And then we're going to be transferring as well via our secure armored carrier service, who we currently work with. We will be done with financial as well to work with armored carriers. Let's go to the next slide. And we're going to have video cameras as well. That's going to be throughout our facility, just like we do in our retail operations. We're going to have locked doors for our restrooms, and we're going to have smoke detectors, and we're going to also have walkie-talkies, on our staff and our security, just to make sure that we're all in the loop of things that are going on our campus. Next slide. Okay. So I think we talked about waste. I don't know we have time today to go in depth. If people have questions, that's why I want to leave questions for. But we are working with Eco Waste currently right now at our facility, and we're going to continue to work with them. They're very experienced in their field, and they work with many, many cannabis operations right now up and down California. Next slide. So we believe that our membership, setup is going to be very good for deterring loitering and also preventing becoming a nuisance. We also, are going to have enhanced security, just like we mentioned, and we're going to have state-of-the-art ventilation systems. So we believe with all of this set up that we are going to have a great plan to prevent becoming a nuisance and also to also further our anti-loitering plan. Next slide. So addressing complaints, again, if people are, complaining, or let's say someone sees something happen on our surrounding premises, what we do currently right now, which we'll continue to do, is to report these complaints to our general manager, John Berga. And then our owners, Zahor and Sergio, will immediately investigate and address the issue as needed. And we are going to be obviously logging every single complaint. And if we need to, we will be working with Chief Salinas on addressing these complaints further if it is crime related. Next slide. I think we're good. Okay. I think this concludes my presentation, and we will open up for comments and questions. And I have Zahor as well, who is the owner of Wheelhouse, ready to also answer questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Wells, for a very comprehensive and creative approach to what may be the way of the future. I'm sure for each information that you provided, I think Council probably has a lot of follow-up questions. And my first one will be to Councilman Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and thank you for the very thorough presentation. I actually don't have any questions because you covered just about every question that I had throughout your presentation. So I thank you for that. It was very in-depth. I do, as Chief Salinas knows, I have reluctancy with regards to this, but I understand, I'm pragmatic. I understand that this is the wave of the future. We have to stay competitive. This is the next step in us being competitive with everything that's happening in Ventura County. So we have to get creative and stay in the game. And this looks to be the next area where it goes. And it seems that you have covered all your bases. you're going to have some really thoroughly trained staff, obviously. My only concern that I believe was not covered, because I don't know that it can be covered, is traffic. We already have a lot of traffic in the area as it is, and the congestion, this will unfortunately cause an increase. More people will want to come, even with the lift. We've yet to see whether that will benefit the traffic issue or cause a hindrance. And I know that that's the biggest concern for our community members, is the traffic issue on Channel Islands Boulevard. It is one of the most heavily visited intersections, one of them in Ventura County. So that will be a concern, but you are the test case. Everything looks perfect on paper. So it'll be interesting to see how everything plays out, and what happens when you do open up. And if everything can stay to the game plan, then it would be a positive thing. So I thank you for that.
That's great. And Misty, I like your point. We had talked about that actually with Tony and Chief Salinas about that concern. And we believe that this membership setup is going to be great for reducing the congestion, because we're going to have a control, right? And let's say we want to work with the city. And I think that's Zohor and Sergio, if they were, on this mic, they would say the same thing. We're here to be, we're flexible. We want to help the community. That's our heart. We're centered around that. So we want to make sure that, let's say, if, we need to reduce the amount of reservations for a certain time slot, then we can, to work with, let's say, reducing congestion for that, certain time slot, whatever it is. We're here to be creative as well.
And Councilmember Perez, this is Zahura. And another point is we will be talking to all the local business owners like we have in the past to make sure we know what their busy times are and understand their traffic and their needs also. So we do understand that we have one of the only entrances into the shopping center. And so we have that as a concern for ourselves. We've addressed that in many other events that we've done in the past, and it seems to be working, and we get compliments through our other partners and other business owners in the neighborhood. So we have thought about that consciously, and we will work with our neighbors and the police department and the city to ensure that traffic is controlled and there isn't a congestion.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Councilman Gama.
Thank you. I'm going to talk fast. So I was wondering, when Prohibition was ended, did the first bars in America, were they this conservative? I really appreciate all the work you're doing and your security plans. Everything looks great. My opinion, I think you're being a little too cautious, a little too conservative. When I see, and as you go around our city, there's lounges everywhere. It's called beaches, parks, parking lots, alleyways. I mean, just about everywhere I go, Ralph's parking lot, people are in their cars smoking marijuana. And, I have to explain to my mom what that smell is, more and more and more. And down at the beach, same thing. So I think a lounge is the next step. And I think people are responsible. I wanted to check out the Flower Fest we had down there at the beach, and I voted against it because I didn't think the odors could be controlled. And much to my surprise, they were controlled, very much so. And the other thing that I noticed was the food trucks. You smelled the food trucks more. You didn't smell cannabis. You smelled the food trucks. So, are you going to have a sports bar type atmosphere? What are you going to do? You're just going to come in and take a hit of weed and then stare at the wall? Are you going to show football games? Are you going to have a pool table? Is it going to be like a lounge where people can come and hang out? They're bored. I just feel like you have a lot of restrictions and a lot of membership dues and stuff like that. And I'm thinking that it may be way too conservative. For me, for the others, it may not be. Maybe they feel more comfortable, but I think I know alcohol, excessive use of alcohol oftentimes has domestic violence attached to it, physical violence. People get angry and enraged and want to fight. I don't see that with cannabis. And so I think that a lounge makes a lot of sense. Especially right now when, like I said, just about everywhere you go, people are smoking cannabis and, you can smell it. So I'm very supportive of your efforts here. I think you need to lighten up a little bit, like not be so constrained in your first year of operation. I think that's positive, but that's all I have to say. And I really do. You put a lot of work in this presentation. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate having this first exposure to it too. Thank you.
I'll answer your question in regards to what people will do, Councilmember Gama. We are going to have TVs. We are going to have some entertainment, live events, a lot of educational events. So people will come in, especially during the day, and make sure that they understand products and services, how to use, how to do this, what the benefits are, what the pros and cons are. So there will be a lot of insightful information that way. We went conservative intentionally at the beginning because, again, this will be the first of its kind, and we wanted to make sure we crossed every T and dotted every I. Ideally, if I could have my dream lounge, it would look like a local dive bar where somebody can come in, hang out, shoot some pool, throw some darts, have a smoke, hang out with their friends, but more importantly, have safe access. There's a lot of our members currently that complain that they have apartment buildings that they live in, that they have a no smoking policy. So they don't have a safe access. They can't consume the stuff that they want. They may have to take an edible rather than smoking, but they prefer smoking. So just different variances and very different issues. This will allow people to get the access and also test this. As you guys said, we'll be hopefully one of the first to do this. And so we wanted to make sure we took the conservative approach. If you guys want us to take a little less conservative approach, that's very easy to turn that key off, if you know what I mean.
Yes, and one other question that I wrote down, when you showed that gummy product, it was only a CBD product. So I imagine a product that has THC in it, the label will look a little different. And so my question is the milligrams of THC the gauge to the strength of it? Because I don't know. I mean,
so that's a great question, and there is a variance of THC to CBD levels. And yes, if somebody was to take, for example, we have Wana, which is a one individual, and they come in 5 milligrams of THC. Then we also have the Wana, which comes into a 1-to-1 CBD to THC ratio. So what we're really going to do is follow the state compliance with labeling, packaging, and all the necessary items. As we stated, we're going to have closed, sealed items to serve. They will be opened, served singularly, and then resealed so that all the labels and all the compliant matters are still shown. So when you have a 100 milligram chocolate bar, for example, we know you have to break off a piece 1/20th to get 5 milligrams, and then you have that piece. And most chocolate bars now have the cut and divided lines so that people know what they're serving and what they're taking.
Thank you.
You have any other comments?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Do we have a? Okay, there's no second so far.
I'll second.
Oh, no,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did, but I guess my mute button doesn't work.
Okay, second. So proper parliamentary procedures, we do still have some discussion, and I had a few points that I wanted to just check on. So here they are. Are you having food sales along with cannabis sales, or is there any plans?
So we will have kind of like the Starbucks model where we'll have enclosed foods. We will not have a kitchen for fire and safety, and the CUP process of going and doing a build out to not extend that process. We will have in like pre-sealed, individually wrapped sandwiches, snacks, chips, and stuff like that.
Okay. With the levels of THC, is there some kind of recommended, I know like in alcohol, there's a certain amount of recommended amount of consumption to get to different levels. And I know that cannabis, you can't do that as much, be able to detect that. Is there some kind of guidelines as to how much THC someone can consume in an hour when you're regulating this?
Sure. So there's two types of ways to go down this path. One is nobody's ever overdosed on THC. So if somebody takes an unlimited amount or exceeds, the worst case scenario is they'll fall asleep or other behaviors of paranoia and stuff. But nobody's gonna really have alcohol poisoning. We are recommending single serve use. So for example, if we use the WANA example again, that's a 5 milligram per dose. So we would start as a single dose. And we will have a max capacity within the half an hour, because at the end of the day, I think we will have a cap of, I think, 10 milligrams per half an hour session, because that's where you finally get that first level of euphoria. And we want to make sure there's no intoxication. Again, as Jessica mentioned, tolerance levels are different for individuals. So we will have to obviously go through the training and make sure and ensure our staff can recognize individuals that have signs of overdose, not overdose in that sense, intoxication, sorry, wrong choice of words.
So regarding the lift, if a person comes up and says, I have my friend that's going to pick me up, are you going to have some ability to adapt there? In other words, they don't want to take the lift, but I have a friend that's going to pick me up.
Absolutely. So that's one of the reasons we'll have additional security guard, where the security will escort the individual and make sure they're getting into a safe vehicle.
And this is and I don't know the answer. I know that like in a lot, and maybe Ms. Wells can address this, in that I know in a lot of restaurants, you're not allowed to smoke. But then in this particular environment, you will be able to smoke. Is there any thought? Is there any research on carcinogens or whatever? Or is that different from tobacco? Or
Jessica, you want to answer that, or shall I?
Yeah, great question. So there is a risk, as you know, with anything with smoking. So I really can't tell you if the smoking doesn't cause cancer, because it always does, because of the the carbon dioxide being burned. But what I can tell you is that we are going to do our best to make sure that we monitor the amount of smoking that goes on, and also we are not treating this like a smoking lounge. And I want Zohar to also, describe this. This is not a smoking lounge. It's mainly for educating the way that you can ingest cannabis. And one of the ways is through a heat stick, right? So, Zohar, do you want to bounce that off, with me?
So one of the things that'll happen is with the heat stick model, and that's the reason we chose the model, there's less smoke. Number one, it actually vaporizes the cannabis versus igniting it and adding carbon dioxide. Number two, with the filtration systems that we're creating, we'll be with the negative air pressure, it'll suck up all the negative air and spit out fresh air. And so that'll make that less of an issue. Third, there'll be a variation of how people consume. So if we look at how current sales are, and we went just by that number and math alone, you'll see about 40% consuming flower, you'll see about 20% vaping, you'll see approximately about 15% doing edibles. So you'll have these different variations. And our goal is really, for example, at the very beginning, is to keep this an open-minded situation. That's why we're doing the $5 membership and having them come on in. But the real end goal is to have members only and make this a members only, where people know it's kind of going to your local Cheers and everybody knows everybody. They're there to consume, hang out, socialize, and stay safe and keep an eye out for each other.
And they'll know each other's name, right?
That's correct. Because that's what that I do. That's what I said. The dive bar model works for me in the sense that it's a community based. Everybody knows everybody and nobody wants to see anybody get hurt. So they'll protect each other in their local community.
And this another is with all this new COVID variants and stuff like that, is there any kind of COVID protocol or that you envision, assuming that, it's still around when this opens up?
So we've built the business based on the number of occupancy and the space to avoid people having that closeness unless they choose to. So if they're in a group and they want to sit close to each other, absolutely. If you look at the design, we've actually made it so that there's one space, miss a space, then another space, skip a space, so that people can have distance amongst each other. Because again, people also have to take into consideration, I might be a smoker, you might not be, you might be sitting at a table next to me. So we will kind of segregate where the smokers are and have them be in a little segregated area and have that air filtration system be a little bit higher in that section.
Final comment, I did go to the Flower Fest twice and observed it at different times, and I thought it was well managed, and like the people were very well behaved, and I was surprised. I smelt more cannabis, I guess, people bringing it back to their cars than I did actually in the actual facility itself. And I know I went years back, I went to when they had these cannabis lounges in Amsterdam, and they were pretty well received. And the people again seemed very responsible. So all my comments to that. We have there's a recommendation to consider the information presented and provide staff with further direction as to whether or not the city's cannabis ordinance and implementation resolution should be amended to allow cannabis lounges. Do I have a motion and a second?
I made a motion earlier to approve.
Okay.
I believe it was already seconded.
So may we have a vote? Madam Clerk, can we have a vote on this?
Sure. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you for the very comprehensive report. I think you eased the minds of a lot of us.
Thank you guys, and thank you for giving us the opportunity. And hopefully we can make something magical happen here in Port Hueneme again.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. And if you guys have any further questions, you can reach out to me and I will leave my comments of my email address. So I'll send that to you guys right now.
And you guys all know how to get a hold of Sergio and I. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so we are now moving to number 15 on the agenda. And that's renewal and consideration of the remote meetings pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E. Mr. Spalding, our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Once again, we are back requesting the council review the facts allowing remote meetings to continue under AB 361. The reason we brought it back so soon is to be within the 30 days, given the fact that council will be dark during the first Monday of January. And our next meeting, I believe, is January 18th. To refresh council's memory, the AB 361 subdivision E requires that the council make a determination every 30 days that the state of emergency continues or the proclamation of state of emergency has continued, and that the emergency continues to directly impact the ability of members to meet safely in person, or that a state or local official continues to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. The fact of the matter today is that the March 4th, 2020 proclamation of state of emergency from Governor Newsom continues in effect. On December 15th, the governor reaffirmed that state of emergency proclamation and instituted statewide mask mandates. And our public health official for Ventura County, as of September 21st, 2021, continues to recommend social distancing measures.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
Motion to renew.
Do you have a
And
second?
consider the remote meetings.
I had
Do we
my
have a discussion? Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Gama.
So I'm obviously going to vote no on extending this Zoom format. And I just wanted to articulate a couple reasons why. All of us, I believe, participated in the senior holiday luncheon, and that was okay for some reason. And I don't quite understand our mentality. If we're going to have Zoom meetings for quote safety, how could we have the senior holiday luncheon and preserve safety? Because there was no social distancing, and the rule was once you have a cup of coffee in your hand, you take your mask off, and everybody was fine. And it appeared to me that that was the high risk group over the age of 65. So I just think, I really believe that in-person meetings can be done safely. They are being done safely. And look at the senior sizzling exercise class. Very, very close to 6 feet apart from each other, but you know, it's outside and people aren't wearing masks. And so I just feel like if we're going to continue with this policy, then we need to be consistent across the board. So I just wanted to make that comment. And
I have a comment about that.
Actually, we have 2 comments right now. The first one I will address Mr. Martinez because I saw his hand up first, but yours will be second.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I just want to say that I agree with City Council Member Gama. I mean, even myself as a teacher, I'm teaching in the classroom. It's pretty much just more like an opinion on, or I guess what we would want to do if we want to continue remote or go in, but I don't think there's any fear of us being unsafe by going into the City Council chambers. That's my opinion. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, I'm sorry.
I'd like to follow Councilwoman Perez.
Okay, great.
So this is my personal opinion. I am not requesting the renewal for safety reasons. I understand I was at the senior luncheon. I do not want to sit and wear my mask for 3 or 4 hours. I can't do that. It gives me a headache after an hour, and I just don't enjoy and want to sit. I don't go to places where I have to wear a mask for hours. I intentionally avoid them. So this would be an all-night meeting where I have to wear a mask.
Okay.
Council members, if I may interject real quick, the requirements for continuing with remote meetings, one of the options is the safety to the public and whatnot. However, upon a finding of just a proclamation of a state of emergency and the fact that a local official continues to recommend social distancing measures, that alone is sufficient to continue with remote meetings under AB 361. Finding that it would be unsafe to do so is not required. It is simply an option.
Okay.
I'll withhold my comment then for the sake of time and go ahead if we can. Let's.
Okay, I just had
move
one.
on.
Okay, well, I just had one comment. I did go to a Ventura County Transportation Committee meeting, and it was the first time that I'd been to any of these meetings in person. But one of the things that I noticed that they had that we don't is they had kind of plexiglass screens for each of the different members. And commenting on Councilman Perez, I did have to wear a mask almost the entire time, and it was tough. And so those are my only comments.
So would we have to wear masks the entire time if we had a plexiglass partition between us, or would we have to wear a mask if we were 6 feet apart?
Yes. The recent mandate was masks inside.
Yes.
Regardless.
Councilmember Perez is correct.
Okay, well then I'm just trying to be realistic. I'm just trying to understand how we justified having a senior holiday luncheon in the fashion that we had it. It seems to go against everything that I'm hearing from you. I mean, because then basically I could tell you, oh, it wasn't safe because our participants were closer than 1 foot apart from each other. And so that's the problem I have. It's just, we're not being consistent across the board. And so I've said enough, and I think there's a motion.
I would like to point out about the public participation. There are 35 people participating, and I do not believe if we were in-house that there would be that many people sitting in the audience.
There's 17.
Okay.
Let's move on, please.
Okay, so we have a motion by whom now? And a second, or do we have a motion?
There's a motion by Councilmember Perez and a second by Councilmember Hernandez. So
Okay,
we're going to call a roll call.
yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
No.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 3-2 vote.
Okay. We are now moving to number 16 on the agenda. The 2020 to 2025 Strategic Plan Annual Review and the 2022 Council Priorities. City Manager, Mr. Connors.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And good evening, Council. I guess I'll be the cleanup batter for tonight. Council will recall that this is a continuation of a previous opportunity to get your inputs on focus areas for the city and for staff and the advancement of our strategic plan. And if you recall, the strategic plan really provides a vision and some pillars of focus extending from 5 to 10 years in our future. And each year, we want to put a level of effort behind the one areas or the multiple areas of focus that advance us along that path. So in support of that endeavor, we presented 30 different focus areas in each of these 5 strategic pillars. And we went through an exercise independent with me and each council member to identify if there's any other focus areas that we wanted to entertain and identify a priority for. And if not, then we did a prioritization exercise. And so with that done, you can see the scores for each council member and staff. And there is a definite trend in terms of each pillar. And so I wanted to just review these with the council and the public tonight and verify that these are the priorities that the council would like for staff to focus on. And what that really means is for each of these 30 areas of focus, all of these things are in some level of execution, investment in time and resources, and are in play already. But there are some items that are lingering or have lingered over the past or have not been as forcefully acted upon. And so by using this priority list, we will reset our priorities. We will recalibrate action and tasks, or develop new action and tasks to accommodate those new priority settings. And from that, we'll have tasks that we will have measurements on how we're performing and how they connect to our strategic advancement. So the first pillar is our strategic pillar number 1, optimal levels of service for residents and business. Almost unanimously, the number 1 focus area was our talent, our team, our staff, getting the right.
City Manager Connors, the screen that I'm looking starts at 10. I don't know if it can be shifted up and down, but it's 10.
Is that?
Well, now I'm down to 10.
No, it's fine. That's just where it starts, Mayor.
It's just right at 13.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a copy in our packets also.
Okay. But visually, I'm looking at this, so.
And so this has been a priority, in the past year as well, having the right team and the right numbers at the right cost, with the right skill set and the right training and the right leadership. And we're doing several things, and one of those is a class and comp study in order to resolve some of these legacy issues with our staffing. And also to accommodate an environment where the labor market has been tight and continues to be tight for some of the positions that we have, and how we can engage in a competitive process for talent acquisition and retain our most precious assets, our people. So that was number 10. And then just below that is, really finding ways to use technology to allow the public and the customers, both business and residents and HOAs, et cetera, to use a variety of different tools that are going to be available to them to get things that they need done without having to make appointments or wait to the doors open at City Hall over the time. So those are the two top priorities in that group. And I'll stop here for any discussion that council may want to have on pillar number 1.
I don't see anybody's raising their hand, so I'll just go one by one. Okay, Councilman Gama.
Yes, so the problem that I'm having with this exercise is that, for example, optimization of online services, information, public outreach, customer service. We still are struggling with sharing information, communication, GoGov. We've asked several times for it to be simplified. It hasn't. So I'm trying to understand how, if I just focus on GoGov, how does this translate into us making it more easy to use, accessible, and more widely used?
It has been working. We have been working on Go Wineme. It's part of a group that we call the IT and Media Governance Committee. We are looking at using every one of our tools, optimizing those tools for communication, improving those tools in the interface and the user experience in all those tools. We've already seen in this past season using Facebook, for example, for all the events we did over the holidays. We have almost, I don't know exact numbers, but we've expanded our reach and our engagements and our social media platforms almost 3 or 4-fold as compared to last year. So we are already working on these things, but it will take time. And we have to clean out a lot of the old material that we have and the old tools that we have and organize those. So there's a lot of different tasks to do those things within one automation of online services. So yeah, we are working on it, but I want to be able to demonstrate through metrics and measurements on exactly how those things are panning out. There's been great progress.
We haven't seen it. Like we've complained about this for well over 2 years now, and the reason why I'm holding this card is because it says need to report an issue to in our city, and broken isn't even a key word. Like if you come across something broken, you type broken, it brings you into this encyclopedia of permits and this and that. And so we've had a conversation, several conversations about making this super user friendly for our customers, our residents, and getting everybody to be highly familiar with it. And a picture is worth 1,000 words. And if you take a picture of something, it's going to tell a story. Because I know a lot of people that have got so frustrated with this, they're not even going to it anymore. And so what I'm trying to articulate is that we've known it needed to be simpler. When can we expect it to be simpler?
But that's not the purpose of this exercise tonight. That is to identify that as a priority under that number 1 item. And right now it's scored at 8.17. Like I said, we are working on that, but it's part of a bigger problem. And that is an abundance of tools that have never been fully optimized. And that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. Other Councilman Hernandez.
I have no comment.
Okay. Councilman Perez.
I have no comment.
And Councilman Martinez.
And no comment other than move to approve the city recommendations.
And I'll second that. We can't vote on each category, are we? We don't need to vote on, we're going to vote on it as a whole, correct?
I think so. I think City Manager Connors is going to go through each grouping though, so that we understand it a little bit better, even though we'll vote it in totality.
Okay, and maybe to avoid polling each of the council members for each of the items, just if we have comments, let's just raise our hands. That'll save some time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman Hernandez. What happens is I only see your face right now, and so I don't know whether or not anybody with the chart up there, I only can see your face. So I don't want to leave anybody out. So I'm just going to rely on some verbal comments from people. And if I don't hear any, we will move on. All righty?
It's pretty self-explanatory. We prioritized what we want to start happening now and then on down the list for each pillar. And that's how staff is going to prioritize things that are going to be taken care of in the next year.
Okay, so I know we all went through this individually with Mr. Connors. Is there anything there that you see in any of these categories that you think needs to be realigned? Do I hear any input from any of the councilmen? If not, and my understanding, Mr. Connors, is while these are major areas, a lot of the details and the actual implementation of specific action steps would fall under these categories, but these are general categories. Am I correct?
Yeah, so this kind of introduces what I call strategy to task mapping. So with these focus areas, we will revisit any and all tasks. And if it's a 9 or a 10 on the priority list, that would potentially mean that we will divert resources, time, talent, external support, those type of things in order to accelerate delivery of those particular focus areas. So this prioritization really helps us manage unlimited resources, limited resources, limited talent, and limited costs or revenue. So this is really important for staff so that we can align and synchronize our efforts and our resources to fill as best we can these priority lists.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
I have a comment.
Mr. Councilman Goff.
Can you scroll up to the second pillar? Right there. Okay, so again, I'm trying to make the connection, the nexus between the strategy, prioritization, execution, all those fancy words, and getting something done. So all of us agree fiscal and debt management policy gets a 10. So when will we expect to have a recommendation for the 115 trust?
The 115 trust is one element of this policy.
I know. And I asked a question, when will we have a recommendation for the trust to make a contribution to the trust?
The recommendation for one specific item of this focus area is not what I was going to address tonight, sir.
So will it be addressed in the next 6 months?
It'll be the highest priority in that pillar. It's the only pillar and the only item that has a unanimous 10-0. This will be the #1 priority of the staff.
So
those questions, it's going to take a while to develop a comprehensive fiscal and debt management policy.
No, but we've been at for the entire 2 years that you've been here to develop it, and we haven't got it developed yet. And so now it's a 10 across the board. So hopefully we could see that soon.
Mr. Connors, like within each one of these items, when might we or will we expect any kind of detail, like say, #1, fiscal and debt management? What are some of the key points that you're going to be covering or dealing with within that? Because it is a very major area and there's a lot of detail, 115 trust being one, but there's a whole lot of others. But are you going to set priorities within the priority that we will be able to know about?
Yeah, so if you look at your numbers, we're going to go down from the highest and most pressing priorities based on council input. And we will have developed comprehensive action plans immediately on those. And then we'll work our way down this list on the priority. And so your highest priorities up there will receive the most urgent attention and the greatest level of effort, and deliver a task list with measurable elements in those tasks so that we can demonstrate where we are in progress and all those things.
Okay, so real quick, and I'll be quiet, I promise. So will we see a mid-year budget review in the next 2 meetings?
A mid-year budget review in the next 2 meetings, that is highly likely.
I think it should be extremely likely because we're at 10 across the board. Last year we were late. And anyway, so again, I'm just looking that we're
for a mid-year budget review, or are you asking for a fiscal policy?
I'm asking for the mid-year budget review to be done on time. And I think we are just about through 6 months of this year on the fiscal year, but
Right.
we have a late budget. So we're talking semantics here. Are we going to do a budget review at the 6-month close?
We are going to do our very best to give you a 6-month budget review. And then we're going to do our very best to do it quarterly.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, and Madam Clerk, can you repeat the motion and who's made the first and the second? Can we have a roll call vote after that?
Yes, sir. I do believe I have Mayor Pro Tem Martinez as the first and Councilmember Hernandez as the second. Is that correct?
I think so. So may we have a roll call vote?
Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch what your answer was.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So now we are going to move on to council member reports and comments. Oh, I can see everybody again. Great. I was just seeing everybody individually. So at this point in time, Councilman Martinez.
Yes, I want to let everybody know that we had our second successful city game-like sport events. We did soccer on Sunday, and Mayor Rollins was there, and he's the only one other than myself that have been to all the events. So that's super fun to see Mayor Rollins, you know, score goals, make shots, get rebounds, and then just go all out. And it's also fun to see the youth. We're still working on, well, I'm still working on figuring out like the age groups, but for now it's pretty much just, if you can play, go out. It doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl, your age, none of that matters. If you want to go out and have a good time, that's a time for you guys to come out. The game plan is to do volleyball as soon as the volleyball courts are up. And I'm thinking pickleball will be the next one. And then just depending on whether the volleyball courts are ready or not, it'd be volleyball or baseball. And then also some running in the city. So I'm planning like a half a mile, and you don't have to run. You can jog, you can walk it, but the game plan for this is just to have some activities for not just the youth, but everybody. And for you to work on your health, go out, just mental health, physical health, emotional health, and everything's positive. And in terms of reach, we did meet up. We're trying to figure out some stuff. But other than that, those are all my comments. I do think that we need to talk about our city employees, and maybe it wasn't fair that we gave the police officers more money. My goal was not to make anybody feel less important, but I'm guessing we'll talk about that at a future time. Other than that, you know, I'm I'm gonna miss you guys over the winter break. We're gonna be gone for a bit. And so just before I forget, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays. And thank you to everybody that was there at the Cops for Tots event. And, you know, just it's been a really good year, to say the least.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I think you forgot city manager comments and reports.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
If Bobby hadn't said anything, I would have probably even missed it too, but.
Well, he had just finished with his report on the other ones, but Mr. Connors, do you have some additional comments and reports to make at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple quick items. I just want to make sure, I know council's aware, but the public may not be aware that we did not receive the park grants that we had hoped for. So that approximately $9 million we won't have available to invest in Boca and Bubbling Springs Park. And so we'll have to look at how we're going to use our capital budget to invest in those park areas where those funds are no longer available. We have ARPA, thank goodness, and we already assigned 3 parks from Bubbling Springs into ARPA funding. So we did cover it with ARPA. So that's the upside of that story. November and December are huge event months for staff. Things that we do for the community or things that we have ongoing. I think 34% of our events all happen in those months, and they were all very successful. With the exception of the Santa Float, we had a weather issue, but we had, for the first time in a few years, we had a lot of employees and their kids participate in that. We had the Cops for Tots. We had 1,150 kids serviced with the toys, most ever. And so that was a huge successful event. We opened our new pickleball and we had a big tournament on the 11th. And you'll see through our PIO, we had grand opening videos that's out on the public domain. I want to remind folks that City Hall will be closed on Thursday and Friday for the holiday leading into Christmas on Saturday. Street sweeping will be on Friday, and so I just want to make sure that the public is aware that street sweeping will continue, and we'll need the streets cleared on those routes that the street sweeping will be performed on Friday. And with that, sir, that's it for the city manager.
And my apologies for not letting you speak when it was your turn. Okay, so we are now moving on to Councilman Gama.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank Councilwoman Hernandez for her inspiration tonight. It's truly our history, and we've kind of lost track of our connection with the Chumash peoples. And there's not too many cities that have a Chumash name. Most of the cities in California fall into the missionary naming, either San or Santa. So as we know, Wineme was the Chumash word for resting place, sloshing spot, and it was our name. Wineme is derived from that. And I've been paying attention to it as well because there's some exciting news with the establishment of the National Chumash Heritage Marine Sanctuary, of which Wineme is a big part of. And so I think this is really important for us to begin to think about. A resident submitted a plan to have a Chumash Heritage Walk from the base of the pier all the way to the lighthouse. And I hope that's something that we could begin to look at and explore and discuss, similar to what we did with this cannabis lounge thing. And I've learned recently that Malibu is a Chumash derivative word from the Chumash word Humalewu, which means where the surf sounds loudly. So I really hope that as a city, we could embrace our heritage history. Beach cleanup is amazing. it's funny because I remember one of the first weekends Mr. Connors was on here. He came out to the Ormond Lagoon where we organized a big effort because of the rain runoff. And there was so much trash. We had to have 8 dumpsters and we had rakes and tractors and we filled them up. And because of the efforts that we've been doing and we've been communicating with the county, we've been in cooperation from flood control. They did a bang up job before the rains came. And after this rain here, the lagoon was, and Wineme Beach for that matter, was far less plastic impacted. So we're making a difference and we want to continue to do so. Tree policy. I don't know how we're going to go about our tree policy, but I think we've all are realizing that it's time to take a hard look at it. These coral trees are failing left and right. And so I hope that we can have a timeline to move in a productive way to come up with the new tree policy moving forward. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Perez.
Yes, I want to put an agenda item to, and I'm trying to figure out a way to word this.
Councilman Perez, that may be the next category afterward.
Sorry. Oh, this is comments, not agenda?
We're on comments right now, and then we'll go into future agenda items.
Okay, so then I just want to give a shout out to Public Works and Facilities, Housing for all of their hard work on all the events that we had in the past couple of months. They did a great job putting everything together, making sure that we can give back to the community.
Thank you.
Mayor Rollins, I did have one more thing I wanted to mention. One of our public comments tonight is a gentleman that I met out at Miranda Park, and he was maintaining the baseball field on his own. He was dragging the infield. He was centering the bases to make sure they're safe. He had a shovel, he had a rake, he had this contraption that he was pulling around to level out the field, and had a chance to talk with him quite a bit, and I encouraged him to talk with Mayor Rollins, and he did. And you know, he had a lot of suggestions. He's very thankful for the improvements that we made, but there's still a long way to go. Managing the transition from the infield to the outfield, hopefully we can begin to look at that. And this individual, Jerry, is available to give his input, but we have made progress, but there's still more things that we need to do out there. And I hope that we can continue to focus on improving our parks for all.
I just will make some brief comments on a couple of the different committees that I've been going to. Air Pollution Control Board, they're looking to develop regulations for all the various different fishing boats and commercial vehicles. You may not realize, but a lot of these pollute the oceans, and they're trying to create a balance between improving the engines so they pollute less and also be able to provide some support to the actual operators, so because it can be very expensive. So that's one of the topics of subject. The other thing is they've asked me to pick out somebody to be on the they have an advisory board for the Air Pollution Control Board. So Councilman, if you have some potential suggestions as to who I could recommend, please see me individually. Let's see, what else? Ventura County Transportation Commission, for those who are interested, for many years, for at least a couple of years, the train that goes from Fillmore to Santa Paula, they've now approved a new operator that will go and run that. The new operator will do a combination of the recreational type things that you may have been used to in the past, the Santa trains and the holiday trains. They'll also be looking into hand polling trains and stuff like that for a recreational, but they'll also be looking to expand the, make it more cost covering where they're going to be utilizing the trains for actual freight. That will cut down a lot of the trucking that goes down there for utilizing for everything from transporting fertilizer and stuff. So every time you move a train, you end up utilizing like I think 6 to 10 less trucks onto the on the highways. Again, I want to kind of commend Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Martinez on his efforts to increase recreation. It's long been a cause of mine that in Port Wineme, our childhood obesity rate is one of the highest throughout the county. And so anything we can do to keep Winemans fit, I applaud. And also the, I think the, the age rate that you live to, the life expectancy rate is quite a bit lower in Port Wineme than other areas. And so anything that we can do to encourage people to be fit for a longer period of time, I'm all for. And then finally, I guess I'm just impressed by our community between all the senior holiday luncheons, the luncheons for our different housing elements, our Thanksgiving dinner, or Thanksgiving groceries. I'm really impressed by our community and their giving aspect. So that's my point. Now moving on to, I'm sorry, I haven't touched base on this.
Haven't had a chance yet.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, I'll try to be really brief. Yeah, I would just like to echo the accolades for Anna Hanley, Gabby Basua, Chief Salinas, Henry and Frank Montellano, the police department in its entirety, everybody who came out for the Cops for Tots, and all the logistical support and planning that went into the Christmas events. I just want to acknowledge staff for the good work, the passion that they had behind it was just amazing. It was with the dinners, the luncheon, the Santa's float, all of that. I know it took an insurmountable amount of work, and I just want to thank staff for their efforts. The other item I have is I wanted to let council know that I'm nearing the completion of a Heroes History and Legacy application for the wall mural, which Mayor Rollins and I are working on. I sent it to the mayor today and to Mr. Connors, and then I realized that it was the wrong document. So I'm going to resend it. But essentially what this wall mural is going to be is a storyboard recognizing our 75th anniversary and telling the story of Wineme's history beginning with the Shumash. So you'll hear more about it as Mayor Rollins and I sit down and go over some of the details that need to be addressed. And then the other item I'm working on is with Surfrider Foundation and the spill response webinar. Spoke to Scott Madelon the other day about it, and we have a framework right now. We're working on getting a keynote speaker, but you'll be also hearing more about that. That's expected to take place in the spring. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point in time, we go to for future agenda items. Do we have any requests from any of our councilmen at this point? Put a raise hand and I will address it. Yes, Councilman Perez.
I have two. The first one is I'd like to put on the agenda to discuss revising the street sweeping schedule when it happens to fall on a holiday, considering not handing out tickets for future holiday Fridays. I think, I guess I have to get a vote before I do my second one.
Can I add a little bit to your agenda item? not only holiday, but parking. I think we need to discuss the whole mission of parking enforcement, including holiday and other things. So like the whole mission regarding parking enforcement, like maybe, I don't know how to word it either, but I think we should do a top to bottom review and go over the policies as they relate to residents, non-residents, and what happens after the street sweeper comes through your street. Is it go time to park, or is it ticket time if you park? So,
And have staff discussion and recommendations on.
Just one point. I think at the last meeting, I put that very same agenda item that we all approved. And am I wrong, Mr. Connors? I thought I brought that up at the last meeting and that it was put on the agenda.
Mayor, that is true. You, I don't remember the specifics of the agenda request, but there was a parking update. Let's call it that. The parking program update is generally what I remember.
I'd be happy to read the exact request that was given by Mayor Rollins at the last meeting. It was a request for a forum on parking, street sweeping, and parking in the alleys, which would allow staff to tell public what rules are and to allow community to provide input.
That's a little different than what I'm requesting. That is more of a discussion forum and allow community input. I would like to discuss revising it in some way for holidays specifically, and then getting a staff report on the rules and how we can improve.
I'll second that.
well, if I may, so now we have two parking enforcement agenda items lurking out there. Are we going to combine them into one? I mean, this is an area that is long overdue for public discussion in many, I see you shaking your head, but no, there are many complaints relating to how we do parking.
Yes, having a parking discussion.
Excuse me,
with the
council
community.
members, this is not appropriate for discussion. This is council member comments. There's a motion and a second on table. If somebody wishes to make an additional motion at their point in time, that would be appropriate, but discussion is not.
Okay, could I make an additional motion that we include some of the comments or all of the comments that Councilman Perez and Councilman Hernan kind of combine them into this total public forum on parking?
I would recommend that individual council members make their individual motions at their allotted time.
Okay.
How do you deal with the motion that was passed a couple weeks ago, Kevin?
My understanding from what Councilmember Perez just said is that motion covers a slightly different subject. To the extent that there would be overlapping motions on agenda items, perhaps a broader agenda item can be brought forth by staff at staff's discretion.
Okay, kind of what I said, but
okay.
Well, the motion that I'm requesting does not involve public comment. I do not want to have the public come in and engage and create what could be chaos before staff has an opportunity to discuss with us and address the issue first.
of course, the only question I'd have on that is any agenda item that we do have is going to have public comment.
Yes, but when you're opening a forum, it just tells, that just says, I feel bad for staff in that regard.
Take the vote, please. Can we take the vote? Call the question, please.
I'd just like to clarify that the motion that I have on record is a request for a discussion on revising the street sweeping schedule and when it falls on a holiday, and the consideration of not handing out tickets on Fridays following the holidays. So that was Councilmember Perez's initial motion. If she wishes to address any of the amendments that were made, I'd like to make sure that that was included in her motion and also included in Councilmember Hernandez's second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to include this as another agenda item regarding this area.
Member Perez, I'm just verifying that that was correct. That was your intent for the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to my agenda, I do not want to include the forum, public forum portion. So I just want to stick to what I requested.
I have a point of order. I'm confused. Like, we've already approved for an agenda item that was a motion at the last meeting by Mr. Rollins. So is that item going to come up before the item that we're considering right now? I mean, what, are we just going to ignore some and put them on the back burner and then push others forward? So I just want to understand our process here.
City Manager, Mr. Connors, what do you recommend based on the two agenda items, the one that's been approved and the new one that has been approved?
Well, you can't avoid public comment, so I don't know exactly how to orchestrate that in terms of having a agendized item specific to that. The bigger issue is the parking program in general, which would include that as a subset. So when, based on the feedback from our city clerk, my initial reaction was it fits within that framework. And staff is preparing an agendized briefing item on the parking program. And there's a lot of details, and I think that a lot of people don't understand the reason behind it. And I say that only because that I engage people all the time when I find out some of the details and some of the understandings. There's a lot of misconception about things. So I think we would start with just a parking overview, parking enforcement overview, which would be also heavily integrated with street sweeping. And then we can move to the days of the week and scheduling and routes from there. So I see it as one big thing, and then with probably a couple different chapters after that.
Well, I would like to add a comment that I see a big difference between allowing public comment, which I'm not trying to disallow, and then calling for a public forum, which encourages, it could be a huge amount of community members to come in and start, we know how passionate they are, to start yelling about parking issues.
Yeah, I understand. I just don't know how to differentiate between those two different types of public comment with an agendized item. Maybe the city attorney can assist.
My understanding is that we want to avoid something similar to a public workshop. As far as any agenda item, the public is going to have 72 hours notice on it. And if the public does decide that they want to show up in droves or whatever numbers, that is certainly their right. My only issue as it currently stands right now is that this request for an agenda item has now devolved into a complete discussion, and we are now in violation of the Brown Act.
I might proceed with that roll call vote. Are you ready for that?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama.
Yes.
Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
I just wanted to make a comment that I would like to see Rollins' issue from last week come up first, or anyways.
And my second request for an agenda item is, it's been brought to, I would like to put on the agenda to discuss changing the time frame for certain employees who were excluded from the ARPA money. I talked to Brad about this. So to put that in a proper motion, to differentiate between 9 months versus an employee who worked 6 months? Doesn't make much sense why someone who worked 8 months was excluded versus 9 months.
Could
I
we,
would like to put on the agenda to have that discussion.
could we make a motion to revisit the ARPA distribution of funds to our city employees?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote?
Member Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Last chance for requests for future agenda items. If not, I would like to adjourn this meeting at, okay, you have an agenda. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't see that little orange thing there.
So it was brought to my attention that there was a personnel action taken that the city council has not been briefed on. So I would like to request that we have a closed session so that the city council can be briefed on this personnel action, which was taken recently. And obviously we don't want to discuss personnel action in public, so I'm being coy with my words, but I'd like to have a closed session briefing on what this matter is all about. So I made a motion.
Okay, I'll second.
It's a personnel issue.
That's why we're going to go into closed session. That's the request.
It's not something we get involved in. I don't know.
There,
I don't
excuse me,
support.
council, there can be no discussion. In the event it is not legal to go into closed session on this matter, it simply will not be brought. In the event it is legal to go into closed session, we will bring it to council's attention in closed session consistent with the law.
Is it legal to go into closed session?
Without knowing a little bit more and without doing analysis on the spot right now, I'm not going to respond to that. That is a more complicated issue.
It involves potential litigation.
It does not.
See, now we're going to have a conversation. So how are we going to discuss this and get it on an item so that we could all be part of the discussion?
You have
The
a motion
mayor-
and you have a motion and a
Mayor
second.
as
Take a vote.
parliamentarian can take control of this discussion.
Okay. So right now we have a motion and a second to discuss an undisclosed personnel matter as an agenda item. We have a first and we have a motion and a second. And
I could get more specific. Is that what you want? I mean,
well, I don't think you probably want to because it's a personnel matter and you probably don't want to present it at this particular time. My advice, but anyway, we have a first and a second, as you stated the motion. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Gama,
yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
No.
Motion passes on a 3-2 vote.
Okay. So at this point, any other agenda items? Okay. So at this point, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. It is now 10:33. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday and a nice New Year's. And thank you for sticking out and covering a lot of subjects tonight. Thank you.
Happy holidays, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.